Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Charlotte City Council October 11th business meeting, and we're calling this meeting to order and welcoming everyone who's joining us. Tonight's meeting is a virtual meeting being held in accordance with all the meeting statutes for electronic access. Hopefully you're viewing us on either the government channel, the city's Facebook page, which I believe is up this Monday, and when it wasn't last, and the city's YouTube page. And I'm going to begin with introductions of the city council members and staff in the room joining us today, and then we'll go to those joining us virtually. So we'll start with our city clerk.
Stephanie Kelly, City Clerk.
Victoria Watlington, District 3.
Happy Monday. Julie Eisel, Mayor Pro Tem and serving at large.
Good evening. Vi Lyle, serving as mayor.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Greg Phipps at large.
Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Kate Cunningham, Mayor's Office.
Donata Jackson, Office of Constituent Services.
And now we'll go to those that are joining us virtually this evening. We'll start with the at-large members.
Good evening. Dimple Ajmera at large.
Braxton Winston at large.
Renee Johnson, District 4.
Good evening. Matt Newton, District 5.
Tarek Bakari, District 6.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
And there'll be others joining us as we continue our meeting, staff that will be participating in the agenda item discussions with us. We begin our meetings with an invocation. This invocation is by a council member, and this invocation is intended to solemnize our discussions and hold us accountable for this. And we celebrate the religious diversity in our community, including those without a religious faith. Councilmember Winston will give us our invocation tonight, and we'll follow it with the Pledge of Allegiance. For those of you in our space, we'll stand and do our pledge, and then have the others join us virtually. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you very much. On today, this Indigenous Peoples Day, I will take a moment to do a bit of a land and people acknowledgement. A land acknowledgement often is read at the beginning of events and gatherings, and is a statement used to recognize and affirm the long-lasting relationship between Indigenous peoples and their traditional land, while highlighting Indigenous histories and experiences. A shortened land acknowledgement can also be used as email signatures, presentations, and other types of communications. I would love if City Council and the city made this, considered this as being a regular occurrence in all of our meetings. But today, since I don't think we have one, I borrowed the land acknowledgement from our partners over at UNC Charlotte, and you can find this land acknowledgement on their diversity and inclusion page. I'll adapt it just a little bit. With respect to the land and people who preceded us, the City of Charlotte acknowledges that we are on colonized land traditionally belonging to the Catawba, Cherwa, Sugary, Wateree, and Waxhaw peoples, all of whom have stewarded this land throughout the generations. Before this land was colonized and named the City of Charlotte, it was used as a place of meeting and trade by a diverse group of Indigenous peoples, including the Catawba, Cherokee, Conagri, and Saponi. We also acknowledge that the greater Charlotte region has directly profited from the enslavement and forced labor of African people and their descendants. We recognize that knowing, acknowledging, and honoring the history of the land and the people is only the first step. We must support and listen to Indigenous and Black voices while continuing to address the policies and practices that perpetuate oppression. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Now we'll stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we begin our action review, the city often recognizes special times in our community and our country's efforts to promote our democracy and to celebrate those that are great examples for what we want our children to acknowledge and know. Tonight we have 3 proclamations, and we're going to begin with a proclamation in celebration of Charlotte Small Business Month, and then we'll be followed by a presentation, a proclamation from Mr. Eggleston, and then following one by the Mayor Pro Tem. I will begin the City of Charlotte's proclamation, whereas women-owned businesses are an economic engine and own 40% of all United States businesses, employing 8% of the private sector workforce. Whereas the Charlotte metro area ranks number 1 for women-owned firms for growth in number and economic clout. Whereas 92,000 women-owned small businesses in the Charlotte metro area are generating over $13 billion in sales and employ 70,000 people. Whereas the City of Charlotte values local women-owned small businesses and celebrates the diversity of ownership, goods, and services that they provide. And whereas October has been designated as National Women's Small Business Month to celebrate the achievements of women business owners, and also designated as Charlotte Women's Small Business Month to celebrate the achievement of women business owners in our region. Now, therefore, I, Vi Alexander Lyles, do hereby proclaim October 2021 as Charlotte Women's Small Business Month and urge all of our citizens to observe this by going out and interacting, participating in the commerce of all of our small businesses. So thank you very much. Let's celebrate October. Remember that I think that they're saying the supply chain might be a little bit slow for the holidays. So let's get out and spend that money in October with these Charlotte women small businesses. And with that, I'm going to introduce Councilmember Eggleston for our next recognition.
Thank you, Mayor. Along the lines of what Councilman Winston was talking about in his remarks, I'm going to do a proclamation for Indigenous Peoples Day today. Whereas throughout the centuries, American Indians have shared their knowledge of land and resources while continuing to play a role in the development of the city of Charlotte, the state of North Carolina, and the nation. And whereas North Carolina is home to more than 122,000 American Indians and has 8 historic tribes legally recognized by the state of North Carolina: the Kauri, Eastern Band of Cherokee, Haliwa-Saponi, Lumbee, Meherrin, Occaneechi Band of Saponi, and Waccamaw Sion. And whereas the city of Charlotte enjoys a positive relationship with American Indian citizens, recognizes and encourages the acknowledgement of historic contributions and sacrifices of indigenous people, and respects the cultural and economic contributions that American Indians have made. And whereas the City of Charlotte promotes the closing of the equity gap for indigenous peoples through policies and practices that reflect the experiences of indigenous peoples, ensure greater access and opportunity, and honor the nation's indigenous roots, history, and contributions. And whereas Indigenous Peoples Day was proposed in 1977 by a declaration of Native Nations to the United Nations sponsored International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in America. Now, therefore, Vi Alexander Lyles, Mayor of Charlotte, does hereby proclaim October 11th, 2021 as Indigenous Peoples Day in Charlotte and commit its observance to all citizens.
All right, now I'd like to recognize the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas the coronavirus has had a devastating impact on America's arts sector, with 99% of cultural organizations having canceled events and artists being among the most severely affected segment of the nation's workforce, yet notwithstanding this fact, the arts have helped collectively lead us throughout the darkest times of the pandemic, lifting our spirits, unifying communities, and jump-starting the economy. And whereas the month of October has annually been recognized as National Arts and Humanities Month by thousands of arts and cultural organizations, including the Arts and Science Council, the local arts agency of the City of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County, and by communities and states across the country. And whereas the arts and humanities embody much of the accumulated wisdom, intellect, and imagination of humankind, and play a unique role in the lives of our families and communities. And whereas the arts and humanities help community members explore their diverse history and culture with the support and creativity of large, mid-size, and small cultural organizations, creative individuals, educational institutions, and local businesses. And whereas the Charlotte-Mecklenburg nonprofit arts industry strengthens our economy by generating $243 million in total economic activity annually, $21.6 million in state and local government revenue, and by supporting the full-time equivalent of 7,600 jobs. Now, therefore, I, Vi Alexander Lyles, Mayor of Charlotte, do hereby proclaim October as National Arts and Humanities Month in Charlotte, North Carolina, and call upon our community members to celebrate arts and culture and to join in this special observance.
I think that's very appropriate on the night that we are beginning to choose our arts and cultural advisory group. So now as we want to celebrate those groups and celebrate those recognitions, and now we will go to the section of our agenda where we have a review of the consent items. Any questions that have been addressed, and Ms. Harris will come to the podium. I believe everyone has or has received the policy questions on the consent agenda items that are either at our desk or was emailed to those of you that are participating virtually. Ms. Harris?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor and Council. And if you will take a minute and please let me know if you have any additional questions. I believe Mr. Winston and Mr. Phipps, did you have a chance to review the information, see if it's adequate?
So I'll recognize Mr. Phipps to see if his questions have been appropriately addressed.
Well, I think they've been addressed, but I'm curious as to know the multi-use paths. I mean, I'm trying to figure out, okay, why do we favor one side of the street over the other if we're trying to have safe streets for pedestrians? I thought, it was an objective to have sidewalks on both sides of the street, but I see here we got these paths that are just going to be on one side of the street. So I was just curious about that. But
Mr. Phipps, I believe it's cost prohibitive, but we'll give you more information in a follow-up about how they're chosen.
yeah, I realized that wasn't a consent item, but I had a question about it anyway. So
that was item 15.
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, the other ones are, I reviewed the responses. Thanks.
All right. Mr. Winston, did you have a chance to see the responses to your questions well, some of them are business agenda items, but I believe item 34, 29.
Yes, thank you. Pieces.
And 26? Okay, you're good? Okay. So before we proceed towards the consent agenda, are there any that the staff has asked to change the date, Madam Clerk? Are there any requests for a separate vote on any consent agenda item? If you would like a separate vote, please raise your hand or let Ms. Jackson know. I don't see any separate votes. Are there any any consent items that you would like to comment on as we go through it? If not, may I have a motion to adopt the consent items 26 through 39?
So moved.
Excuse me, I think
26 through 53.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, did I say 20?
Motion to accept consent agenda items 26 through 53.
Thank you.
Driggs. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for the consent items. And so with that, I'll begin the roll call vote unless there's discussion. Is there any discussion for that motion? All right, then we'll go ahead and start the roll call vote. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
And just to note that Councilmember Graham will not be joining us for the meeting this evening. So that passes our consent agenda. And now we'll go to the action review, which is primarily an overview of items that are of particular interest, and briefings are required from the staff, and I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I know over the course of the past couple of months, we've been giving you updates as it relates to the Charlotte Future 2040 Policy Map and the Unified Development Ordinance, or the UDO as we know. So tonight, we want to provide you with where we are as it's related to those two items. And I believe that the Mayor Pro Tem may do a lead-in with this. But if not, I'll turn it over to Taiwo and his team.
Well, let's recognize the Mayor Pro Tem, who is chairing the TAP committee that has been doing a deep dive and developing the interest that we're having in this area.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we have. The TAP committee met on August 23rd, September 22nd, and September 27th to discuss the items that we're going to be talking about this evening that Taiwo will go into. Both of these items were on the TAP agenda for August 23rd, and we had an in-depth presentation of the UDO by Planning, CDOT, and Stormwater on September 22nd. The fiscal impact analysis of the 2040 policy map was discussed on September 27th, and as always, we always encourage other colleagues to come and attend those meetings or listen in on them so that they can get the really in-depth detail that we then come to council, or comes before council. And then it also was presented to the full council in September as well. So we've had a few opportunities to get this information. I'll turn it over to Alicia.
Actually, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you very much. I'll go first. Yeah, good evening, Mayor and council members. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you again tonight. The last time we were before you for the comprehensive plan was back in June of this year. And so I want to thank you very much for working with us. But as you know, the policy map has been in the works since July 2021, right after the adoption of the plan policy the previous month of June. This 2040 policy map, which Alicia will share with you tonight, is the first step to implementing the adopted plan policy. This 2040 policy map is going to replace what we've known before now as our future land use map. It's going to translate the place-based policies that we have in the adopted plan into a map, which will then be used in decision-making processes and will inform future zoning, mobility, and capital investment decisions. So tonight, you're going to hear again from our project manager, Ms. Alicia Husband, about the phases of community engagement that started back in July and that will continue throughout this process. We just concluded one, and we're about to get into another phase of engagement. You're also going to hear from our consultant, Matt Prosser of Economic and Planning Systems, who is going to share with you the preliminary findings from the fiscal impact analysis that we've conducted to determine the likeliness of plex units or duplexes and triplexes in our city, subject to goal number 2 in the adopted comprehensive plan. So after the presentation, before we move to the Unified Development Ordinance, we will be here to answer your questions. So thank you very much. Alicia.
Thank you, Taiwo, for setting up the conversation tonight to really just bring about 3 key pieces to the policy map process. Next slide, Wendy. Thank you. 3 key pieces to the policy map process. We'll do a quick overview of the policy map process itself. This might be a refresher, as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned. We have been having these conversations for quite some time, but we wanted to make sure those who were following us online today for the first time would get that information firsthand. We also included a brief summary in your packets, and we hope you had a chance to just look at those and refresh your memories on the process. The second piece of information, we'll talk about how we've engaged the community so far and share a little bit about how we plan to engage them in the future. And then again, my colleague, Matt Prosser, who's our consultant, will share the fiscal part. I also wanted to share that I have other members of the project management team in the room, Kathy Cornett and also Catherine Mahoney. She's on the line as well to answer any technical questions we might have. The next slide, please. So the first step in the policy map process is implementing the actual plan. The policy map is implementing the plan. It's also a companion document to the comprehensive plan itself. We've always thought about this process as being a part of the comprehensive plan, and it began that way. Those who've been on council for a while remember that, but we wanted to take it out of the comprehensive plan so we can make sure that we engage the community and our elected and appointed officials in a more intentional way about the mapping process itself. So one wouldn't get lost in the larger document that you guys recently adopted in June. So next slide. So it's a translation of the comprehensive plan's place-based policy. So what is a place-based policy? Here are two really good examples of that. So for goal number 2, there's a goal about increasing the a possibility of middle density housing around transit station lines and major thoroughfares. How that would translate to a policy map example is it could occur in neighborhood 2, community activity center, or regional activity center. That's an example of how the policy would translate from the comprehensive plan to the policy map exercise. The other example is supporting the growth of jobs in our community, and that may be in the mapping process occurring around the campus designation, light industrial mixed use, community activity center, regional activity centers. So the policy says support or create more job opportunities, and the place-based solution to that in the policy map would be to translate those into these place types, and I'll describe those in the next slide, please. So why is this map important? Again, it provides more transparency and predictability in how we think about growth in our community. It translates and provides designations and inform the zoning designations within our UDO, our Unified Development Ordinance, which my colleagues will talk about a little bit later. It also helps us think more about mobility decisions, where if we're providing a land use, how do they connect, and how do we plan to connect our residents to those uses and places of employment and other opportunities. And also think about capital investment decisions as we grow, as we're providing these opportunities. How might we invest more intentionally in those areas to make sure we're maximizing and leveraging capital investment decisions throughout the community? And it also links to other projects like our Silver Line Station Area Plan, and we've partnered with them throughout this process and plan to continue to do so in the future. Next slide. So here's a process. I just want to pivot a little bit to the process part of the presentation. Place types is the tool, and there's 3 steps to that. And I just wanted to really highlight where the financial component fits into that 2-step process, and Matt will dive into that a little bit later. Next slide, please. So place types are a new land use classification, just as a reminder. They are not zoning districts. I think sometimes the two are confused, rightfully so. It's a new tool that we're using, and it provides us with a better, comprehensive, and holistic way of organizing patterns of development in our community. So our current land use classification strictly talks about land uses on a parcel by parcel basis, how you might use residential, retail, schools or institutions, but never really speaks about how those uses work together and how they connect together and how that form of development can respect each other moving forward and as you grow. What place types does is think more holistically about it and really speaks to the land uses, proportions of those land uses, building form and character, and how you move about those uses and provide open space in a more holistic manner as opposed to a parcel-specific basis. So it really thinks about complete communities as adopted within a comprehensive plan, and the community also provided extensive feedback into the place type palette that we're using in this policy map process. Next slide, please. So here's a 3-step process. We just wrapped up the first phase that mapped the existing development. The community was able to participate in pop-up events, workshops, individual community meetings via a survey about their preferences around land use patterns. So if you work in a place, how might we create the relationship that is more desirable, and then learn a lot about what is least desirable in terms of land use patterns. This is all to inform the methodology. Remember, we're providing land use guidance for almost 300,000 parcels, so we're really leaning on our methodology and asking the community to help us make it better and perfect it as we meet the plan goals. The second step is mapping our adopted policies, looking at our area plans, strategic policies, and entitlements, and translating that into a map. That kicks off our phase 2 of the process. And then of the engagement process. Phase 3, we will map the Charlotte Future 2040 policies within the plan, and then share that with the community and give feedback on that as well. Next slide. So here are the mapping inputs, and I kind of alluded to it a little bit on the last slide, but I really wanted to just share what the existing map, what were the considerations for each phase of the map. Notice how we build from what's on the ground today, looking at how we look at the future now, and then really taking the area plan, the policies within the comprehensive plan to achieve that equitable vision for growth and development moving forward. The checks, and as a part of that process, is making sure we work with folks like Matt Prosser to understand, and our regional growth policies and growth model to better understand growth projections, what our capacity is in terms of infrastructure, understanding the impacts of the environment, and then what is the market realistically saying about this growth moving forward. Next slide, please. So we get this question all the time: how does the place type relate to the zoning districts? And this slide shares an example of what that looks like. So if you're in a neighborhood 2 designation, there are 3 zoning districts that will implement that particular place type. So the place type policies, the policy mapping process will not designate parcel-specific zoning districts. It will inform that process, and the zoning districts will be mapped after the UDO is adopted. And our team will likely share some of those specifics in the presentation to follow. Next slide, please. So how will the work be completed? I think the biggest question we get is this it? Will we make amendments? Will we have area plans? Where does all of that fit? And what our response is that in the policy mapping process, it's a citywide effort, and we're taking citywide input. We will continue to do community area planning or area plans in the future to have that more granular look at specific neighborhoods or collection of neighborhoods in a community that have similar interests or concerns, so we can respond in a more systematic approach to resolving those issues. And also it helps us to keep a pulse on the community as we plan moving forward, and then it provides a planning opportunity in between updates to the comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. So here's a summary of our phase 1 engagement. I mentioned before we had workshops and presentations and pop-ups, but I wanted to share, also thank you all for sharing on your platforms. Council, thank you for sharing on your platforms the survey link and invitations to specific presentations, just really helping us to get the word out. We've had tremendous response to our survey responses, over 4,200. Half of those was because of the citywide mailing to the postcard that we sent out to residents. Folks really responded once that card went out, so that was a good addition to our toolbox. And we've had over 1,900 interactions. That's via social media, email outreach, and our events. Next slide, please. So phase 2 kicks off this week. We will be sharing the first draft of the policy map and getting feedback from our residents. So we're having a bit of a hybrid approach to engagement, live events with an evening and a noon slot to make sure residents can participate when it's convenient for them, having a recorded copy of those meetings online, and then having 5 in-person regional office hour sessions where staff will be available to answer real-time questions for any residents. We're also including makeup days on the weekends for those who are working and they want to participate in the process, but we're providing that opportunity on the weekends to make sure we hear from everyone. And we'll be using the 15 planning areas to make sure that we have outreach across the community. Next slide, please. So what happens after the map is adopted? In February of 2022, 3 months after adoption, we hope the map will become effective. That's our goal. The future land use tool that we have today will be replaced by the policy map. And then we'll begin our area planning, community area planning process to have those more granular conversations about how do we update and provide more guidance in between the comprehensive plan updates in 10 years. And before I turn it over to Matt, we will be happy to take any questions you may have. Next slide. Are there any questions, Melissa? I'm looking at the board over there and I don't see any.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Alicia. In that first phase, how did you handle residents that have said they identified parcels that were identified wrong, that were labeled wrong?
Okay, good question. So what we did is, the first thing we did was looked at the methodology to make sure that if there were any opportunities to correct the thresholds, the designations on a more holistic approach. For example, a conversation and comments we received from the Dilworth community about the designation for East Boulevard. It shows it as commercial. So what we did is took that feedback, went back to look at the methodology to see why. Was it the entitlements? Was it the OPED overlay that wasn't designated? Was it because of the zoning category? Most of it's O2. And then that's vastly different than what's actually there. It's mostly retail, kind of a neighborhood center. And so we made those corrections to the methodology to produce the draft map that will come out this week.
So if I can just make sure I understand it. So the methodology was adjusted and that allowed for a change in the actual place type on the map that will come out different from what they originally saw?
Yes, because that condition likely occurs in more than just that street.
Yeah, I was going to say there was another street.
Possibly 7th Street, possibly other areas with pet overlays where there's been some design designation for a particular area.
Yeah.
So we went back and tweaked the methodology.
Okay.
As we told the community we would.
Did that impact, I know there was one that they were concerned about, one parcel that has a single-family home on it. The street is single-family. It's zoned multifamily 22, but it was mapped as commercial. Did that changed as well?
Yeah, that one too. And also the one that they mentioned around neighborhood 2, it's a collection of duplexes, I think, and we mapped it as neighborhood 2. So we looked at the thresholds, made those adjustments, so it should occur in the map. Again, the methodology is for 300,000 parcels. We may not get it all right. That's the point that we want to make, is that it's not perfect. That's why this engagement is so important. And it's important for us to communicate how those changes will be made moving forward as well.
Okay, and so that was my second question. And once it comes out, then what's the process for doing that on a parcel by parcel or in a section basis?
So again, the community can provide their feedback and then we'll meet with them or address their concerns directly.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to follow up to the Mayor Pro Tem's question because and this may just be, how do we do something to help people as we're going forward, not exactly for now, but, when we did the rezoning a long time ago, all of Scott Avenue, while it was single-family bungalows, cottages, all of it was MF 22. And that was because not having the tools and opportunities that we have today for automation, whatever wasn't done in specific was just named multifamily 22, and it dropped all kinds of places. So one of the questions that I have is, I'd like to get some legal research on whether or not, as people buy, houses. You know, you come in and you see the nice granite counters and all of these other things, and you never think about the zoning. And I'm not sure if zoning is included in any of our real estate documents that you have to have. There are a lot of covenants in there, you know, that they put in that have been, I hope, that still even remain today, that are offensive. But I wonder, how do we get people to understand that if you bought that bungalow on Scott Avenue, you were buying a multifamily property even today? So how do we get it so as we advance this, that people have the opportunity, or at least ought to be able to visualize or see what the zoning is so that they can look it up when they purchase a property, especially as we begin to change our own zoning. So I don't know the answer, but I do think that there's a problem when people are buying the house and not know what the land is zoned as. So if we could get something about that, Patrick, and if there's a way to do it in a positive way, I think that would serve us well in the long term.
Certainly will do that, yes.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, do we, Mr.
Turn it
Jones?
over to Matt.
Ms.
Next.
Oh, there's another?
Ms. Johnson just raised her hand.
Ms. Johnson?
I'm sorry.
Ms. Johnson? We can't hear you. You're breaking up. There you are. We see you now. Can we hear you?
Can you? Yeah, I hope.
Can't hear you.
Okay, never mind.
No, no, wait, no, it's not a never mind. Come on, we'll figure it out. Let's just get closer to the mic or something.
Turn off the video.
Yeah.
I can hear her. I am having some technical issues, so I was just going to
I think it's the breaking up.
I was going to say maybe this is an opportunity to work with our developers, especially our realtors in the community. So maybe that's information that they can provide in their listing. And they could help us to distribute that information, because you're right, that's a great point. People don't realize what they're buying. So I think this would be an opportunity, again, for some of our realtors to help us out and start to provide that information about the zoning of the properties that individuals are buying. I think that's a great idea, Mayor, and that's the place where we could help us out in our brokers.
Mr. Baker is going to do some research for us. I'm not sure if it's a state law. I mean, real estate is often governed by state regulations versus what's local. So we will have to let's get the research and figure out where our ground level is, where we are now, current state, and see what we might be able to work out and advocate or choose to try to accomplish. Ms. Johnson, I think your broadband width is giving you some problems, so I don't know if there's a way to increase that at home so we can, I get that circle on my TV all the time. Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions? All right, then, let's go for the next section.
Hello, this is Matt Prosser with Economic and Planning Systems. Good to be with you all tonight. As you heard from Alicia, we, EPS, are doing a number of economic analysis to support the policy mapping process, but also the UDO process. And we wanted to share with you, the preliminary findings from one of those analyses tonight. We had previously presented this analysis to the Planning, Transportation, Environment Council Committee a few weeks back. Wanted to bring it to all of you tonight. Next slide. So as a reminder, the comprehensive plan has many goals to address many of the issues within the community. Three of the ones that are impacted by this analysis include Goal 2, which is focused on neighborhood diversity and inclusion, and Goal 3 that focuses on housing and access for all. And so I think it's important to reiterate, within the comprehensive plan, there are two specific goals related to housing, and that was done intentionally to highlight the importance of the issue in the community, but also realize that there are multiple ways to address the concerns around housing. Whereas Goal 2 talks about neighborhood diversity and the need to increase the number of housing units in the community, but also the diversity of the housing units as a way to increase access to housing to all residents. And goal 3 more speaks specifically to affordability and how do we ensure that we're preserving naturally occurring affordable housing, but also creating the opportunity to build and provide more affordable housing to the community as the community grows, and doing so in a way that's fiscally responsible and meets with goal 10. Next slide. So one of the bigger moves in the plan was the adoption of policy 2.1 under goal 2, which was the direction to provide the opportunity for duplex and triplex units on all single-family lots throughout the community. And so you all had asked us to evaluate what the potential impacts of that policy would be on the community as we move into this policy mapping phase, as well as the implementation of the plan. And so we developed an approach to evaluating this. We first looked at national and international case studies of cities that have enacted similar upzonings of neighborhoods to identify potential changes that they have experienced. Then also did an evaluation of existing conditions within Charlotte. Next slide. So first, talking through our methodology and our approach to evaluating conditions in Charlotte. What we did is we evaluated all the single-family lots within the neighborhood one place type, and looked at 2 things. First, its physical capacity to allow for an additional unit or units on a lot, and then the second thing was the market support for the market, I should say, feasibility of allowing for another unit on a lot. And so we developed a methodology to score all parcels based on both its physical capacity, but ultimately its market support or feasibility, to gauge where we think it's more or less likely that a existing single-family home could be bought, torn down, and built into 2 or 3 units. Next slide. So first, we looked at physical capacity and developed a number of tests based on the proposed zoning categories that would be within the N1 place types. What we found was there are 2 things that may be impactful. First was the width of the lot frontage. Is the lot wide enough to allow for 2 units, a building with 2 units, but also allowing for parking and access to the lot for a vehicle? And then we also looked at lot coverage. And is the parcel large enough to allow for 2 or 3 units based on the lot coverage and setback requirements within the zoning that is being proposed? And what we found is the physical capacity to allow for additional units wasn't a barrier to this type of conversion in most cases. 96% of the lots that we analyzed do not have a potential constraint, at least in our mind, to allowing for this conversion. And this really speaks to the design of the zoning districts and the intent of trying to allow this to occur. So we are not creating regulatory barriers to this change. The major change, the major impact on potential change of parcels is really a market barrier. We also looked at the ability for a lot to allow 3 units, and we found that a greater percentage of lots will likely have some sort of physical constraint that may prevent 3 units from being built. So 22% of lots have that potential constraint. So looking at the next slide, we next dove into the market support assumptions or inputs that we developed to try to identify lots that are more or less likely to convert from 1 unit to multiple units from a market feasibility standpoint. So we developed a prototype of a potential duplex with an average unit size of 1,500 square feet. That's slightly smaller than what we're seeing citywide for new units, which are about 1,900. We have an estimated construction cost for a new duplex unit being $200 per square foot. We have an assumption that land cost is typically at least 15% the total cost of a duplex. And then we also have to account for the cost of capital for investors, but also profit within sort of the capital stack for a duplex. And that's illustrated here in the chart on the right. And using this simple pro forma, we identified a simple number of thresholds to identify what we think the potential likeliness on different lots would be based on both this purchase cost of the land of being at least 15% or less of the total project cost. And then the estimate that a new duplex at a minimum could generate $900,000 in total revenue. That's $450,000 per unit. And those being the parameters we use to map within the community. Next slide, please. So we have 4 scores, or each parcel has scored on 4 different measurements. First was looking at if there are existing home sales or existing attached home sales within a neighborhood that are at or above that $450,000 threshold that we identified. The next was looking at the value of existing parcels and whether or not they are 15% or less than what we think the highest achievable price for a duplex would be in each different neighborhood. We used a variety of inputs from home sale data throughout the community to derive at those numbers. What we found on the map on the right, it illustrates our findings that parcels identified in the darker purples and pinks are the ones that are more likely to potentially change from 1 unit to 2 or 3. We found that 6% of the single-family lots we looked at had that score of a 4, or the highest likely. 18% were considered either moderately or highly likely. That's a score of 3 to 4%. Or sorry, 3 or 4 out of a possible 4. Sorry. And then we found that we also looked at areas that might be vulnerable to displacement. So as you remember, the comprehensive plan and the equitable growth framework, we identified places within the community where residents were potentially vulnerable to displacement based on changing in market conditions. And what we did is we overlaid these lots with that vulnerable displacement area, which is shown in gray on this map. And found that about 7% of the single-family lots that were either moderate or highly likely to redevelop into 2 units were within this vulnerable to displacement area, at least based on current market conditions. Now, we do know this could change in the future as conditions in these neighborhoods change and impact the likeliness. Next slide. So with some feedback from you all and others, we've added some additional data related to the percent of lots that are either citywide or within that vulnerable to displacement area to give an illustration of how many scored by which number. So the top part of this table shows that the breakdown of how many lots scored either 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. Again, 0 being least likely, 4 being most likely. As you can see, 62% of lots scored a 1. So a majority of lots have a lower likeliness citywide for conversion. If we look at the vulnerable displacement area, that's the second half or the bottom half of this table, we find that even a higher percentage of those lots scored with a lower score of 1 or 0 in terms of their likeliness to redevelop. And I think that's largely a reflection of the achievable prices currently in those neighborhoods, but also that comparison of land value to achievable home price in those areas too. One of the comments we've heard from some of the council members was the desire to look at multiple prototypes for different duplexes to see if there'd be any variation in the likeliness. There was a suggestion looking at sort of the most cost-effective or most cost-efficient duplex unit, and then also looking at what the cost and prices would be for more of a luxury unit would be. And so what we're going to do going forward is kind of revise this analysis to factor in low, medium, and high sort of prototype duplex and see what changes that might occur to the map based on that analysis. So that will be forthcoming, and we'll bring that back to you all in the future. Next slide. So this map, these 2 maps overlay a couple different considerations that were brought up in our presentation to the council committee. First, the map on the left shows the market score of 0 to 4 of lots that we believe do not have an HOA or a CC&R impacting them. The ones that do have that, or at least are estimated to have that, are shown in gray. And so this shows a better representation of ones that wouldn't have a covenant or an HOA restriction on that conversion. The map on the right overlays single-family home demolition permits in the community over with its likeliness score. And what we're found is there's a really high correlation between the areas that we identify to be the most likely to redevelop and where these permits are being pulled currently. And it was a good indication to us that our analysis is really at least in line with where the market conditions are currently. The next slide is a summary of all of our findings. So I did mention that we did some analysis on national and international case studies. We looked at 5 communities within the U.S. and 1 internationally. What we did is we tried to find studies where these communities had, one, done enough zoning on a significant portion of their community, and then tracked what the changes were over time. There aren't a ton of examples of that. But what we found is most often this tool, or using upzoning, is a tool that's successful in producing more housing supply. And so with the purpose of creating more, the purpose of Policy 2.1 being trying to increase housing supply and diversity within our community, using this approach of allowing more units on a lot will likely lead to an increase in housing supply. And that has been found in the studies that we looked at. Now, when we looked at sort of the findings related to affordability, we found 2 things. First, lower value lots that have a lower than average value may see an increase in their value to match with the increased development potential with those. So some of our really lower value lots and maybe some of these vulnerable or even non-vulnerable to displacement areas could see an increase in their lot value as a result of this change. And it's something that speaks to the need to be proactive in identifying tools to mitigate potential displacement issues. The other thing we found, though, was in these communities that the average cost of housing in neighborhoods that were upzoned versus ones that were downzoned, the change in those home prices over time weren't measurably different. And so areas that were upzoned didn't see an increase in their home prices or a decrease relative to areas that weren't upzoned. And so what this telling us is this policy approach is really meant to try to increase housing supply, and at least based on these studies, doesn't necessarily create greater affordability problems within the community. So with that, that is the summary of our presentation. I'd love to take any questions or comments that you have at this time.
All right, thank you, Matt. This has really been good information and very helpful for us. So, all right, let's start. Mr. Bakari's up first, and Mr. Bakari. Mr. Bakari, followed by the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. This is just a comment, and I've already gone through this in depth and really grilled the consultant here on this, but I just want you all to be aware of a couple things. One, this is exactly the kind of exercise we should be doing, one of which I've been wanting us to do for a while. So I want to definitely kind of put an asterisk next to a couple of comments that I'm going to make that is really about this is the right thing for us to be doing, and I am grateful that we are taking this approach. I also, though, think, and I did warn them in our private meeting, that I think it's a bit dangerous to come out with some of these statements and assumptions that are just riddled with issues to come to some conclusions. Whether we've prefaced it with we have work to do and this is a starting point or not, the community is going to look at this and think certain things. And I'll tell you that map, if you could go back to that map, the heat map that showed the wedge as having the one before that, the individual one, the wedge as having all of the market support and where you are going to see essentially duplexes and things of that nature pop up, and East and West and North Charlotte is not where it is. I got to tell you, that is based on a very flawed underlying assumption that we had seen just before this. And to make it really simple, we can make these pro formas make any kind of result show in the end that we want. And in this case, an assumption was made that $200 per square foot is the standard citywide construction cost of all the units, basing it on then the percentage that then weeds the properties out if the property value cost percentage isn't a certain amount, and shows how much they're going to ultimately cost. So yes, if you think about a neighborhood where you could buy a $300,000 house and lot and demo it to to build a duplex in East or West Charlotte, and then you assume in some of these neighborhoods that have those price points that a 2,000 square foot duplex is going to cost $400,000 as a price point to build. So two of them side by side, $800,000, that's the cost. Of course, this map is going to show us that East, West, and North Charlotte are not in danger. It's South Charlotte that's going to get them, which conveniently happens to line up to the narrative of those pushing for abolishing single-family zoning. But in reality, I've talked to many experts, the assumptions need to be different. It's more like $50 per square foot would be about a 2,000 square foot duplex, a cost that's all in those parts of town, which would be around $100,000 to $115,000 cost per unit. And that is what ultimately would completely change the color of that map to be what you would see large impacts and infloods of duplexes happening in East, West, and North Charlotte. So I think that's something we can fix, but I warn them, and unfortunately we're presenting it as, here are the results, folks, see it's okay, and it's not okay. We can make these maps and numbers show anything we want, and I believe there are flawed assumptions that make these maps show exactly the wrong thing that will ultimately happen if we don't approach this in a very thoughtful manner. And the final thing I'll say is, the last statement was about as misleading as I can possibly, muster up. It is not something that, it was stated that affordability is not an issue, right, in this approach. Well, what was actually stated to me in the closed session meeting was, this does nothing for affordability. It actually is really more about capacity, about number of units. I still firmly believe it will have a net negative impact on affordability. But stating the opposite of that, which is there is no affordability problem here, is about as misleading as it gets. And I don't want anyone to walk away. This is the kind of work we need to be doing. I love what this consultant is doing here with us, but we can't present something that happens to fit a narrative when we haven't done the work yet. And that's unfortunately what's happened to me.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Just one question first. Can we all somehow get this online so that we can zoom it and see more specifically the breakdown between the colors? And then my second question is, the methodology you spoke of had to do with lot size for the building, I think. What about parking? I think there had to be a parking driveway for each duplex. Is that correct? So does that take, does this map also take into account that they're in parts of town that already have a lot of duplexes, and because they're old, they don't have driveways? For instance, would they have to, if they turned into if a house with no driveway turned into a duplex, would they have to add 2 driveways?
So Matt can answer this if I miss it, but the performer he used the development standards within the new zoning districts, and it has parking as a part of those development standards. So the typical lot, I'm not sure if it were, I think it was for infill, so it has made some assumptions around how that would, the current development standards or the new development standards for N1 would help produce the likeliness map. So he did use the development standards within the zoning classification.
Yeah. I will say, so there's 2 maps. The slide previously, or 2 previously, showed the physical constraints. And we didn't find a ton of those. We did factor in that a new lot would have to be able to park, that has a minimum number of spaces that need to be provided on the parcel for each unit, and that's different between if it's a duplex or triplex, but that was factored in. Also factored in into that consideration was the addition of a driveway or a drive aisle to access the parking, with the realization that you're not allowed to put the parking in front of the building, between the street and the building, based on the proposed zoning districts within one. There's 5 of them that are being proposed, and each of those have different standards related to lot coverage. And so we did factor the differences between those lot coverage requirements throughout the community. But it is a point that parking is one of the biggest constraints in terms of trying to put a duplex on a single family lot is that you do have to provide those spaces on the parcel. And we did factor that into looking at the width of parcels and whether or not that was one of the bigger factors, whether or not they're wide enough to allow for those drive aisles, in addition to a building that's wide enough to have 2 units. You know, you can consider that there are units that can be built stacked and that they're not a home right next to each other. They're, you know, vertically stacked on top of each other, and that creates more efficiency. So that there is the possibility that people would try to build those units. I think from a market perspective, those are less attractive than a side-by-side duplex. Not saying that they would be something that people would want in the market, but that creates sort of a condo ownership situation, which is more complicated in terms of financing, but also in terms of attractiveness to buyers. But it is a consideration that if you do stack units, it allows you to have a lot more flexibility in how you design a duplex or a triplex on a lot.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. Newton? Mr. Newton?
I'm trying to unmute. I can't unmute.
You're unmuted.
Thank you.
Can we see you?
Sorry.
Can we see you? Can you turn your camera on, Mr. Newton?
His camera's on. It
Should be on.
I think it's the bandwidth.
The bandwidth again. Okay. All right.
Everyone hear me? Can you hear me?
No, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me better?
No, we
It's very
cannot hear
garbled,
you. You're
Matt.
breaking up. You need more bandwidth. You need more power, Matt. Mr. Newton. Thank you.
I can,
Have to turn
Go
off those
off.
iPads.
go back on my Wi-Fi. Can you,
Mr. Newton, we'll come back to you if you can figure out how to get more, take something off or turn something off. Oh, there you are. We can see you now.
oh, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, great. I think it was an issue with me having to turn my Wi-Fi back on. So fantastic. Matt, thank you so much for that presentation. That's the second time I've heard it. I heard it the first time in the TAP committee. I don't know if I might have misunderstood something before, so I just wanted to get some clarification. When you had mentioned single-family zoned areas, are you talking about all single-family zoned areas throughout the entire city, including undeveloped land, or are you only talking about land that is currently developed?
This analysis, I believe, only looks at currently developed single-family lots.
Okay, and that was my understanding from before, and that's where my concern arises, because there is an awful lot of undeveloped land throughout the city, particularly outside of the inner ring or inner core of our city, that I think is subject, just like all other properties within the city that is currently developed, is still subject to duplex and triplex development, and maybe even a much more intensive upzoning, because duplexes and triplexes could be installed by right in a vast number in a very small area or space. And so, as I mentioned before, I would be very interested in understanding and knowing the impacts in undeveloped areas of duplex and triplex development. I don't know what challenges that presents. It's something that I have been asking about for quite some time, and something that I've hoped that we have that we would focus more on as well, because I know that I'm not the only one that has those concerns.
All right. Matt, Mr. Newton, were you done? We lost you. Mr. Newton? Mr. Newton? Did we lose him, Ms. Jackson?
He's not lost. I'll work on his bandwidth.
Okay, thank you. All right, so, Mr. Eggleston? I thought you wanted to comment. All right, so, Mr. Phipps?
Yes. I would think that $450,000 or $400,000 duplex in some areas would be a non-starter in terms of trying to develop some affordable housing in some of those areas. So I would hope that we could come up or we could find some of those developers, which I know there are some that exist. One such developer that I've had an opportunity to talk to said he ran into considerable problems trying to put a duplex on a lot. And I know you said that it was 96% of all the lots would be able to accept a duplex unit, but I guess he must have run into that 4% or whatever. But in the case where you have a duplex, beg pardon? In the case where
I'll let you finish.
Okay. In the case where there is an area that's close to transit, would we have to have a provision for parking if a unit was located next to public transit, the light rail or whatever? Because I know we did an experiment in one locality. I think it was, I don't know if it was Smallwood or one of those, Seversville or one of those communities where we voted not to have parking. So is that a barrier that we could potentially eliminate? And are there other barriers that maybe we have not talked about that exist in trying to put duplexes in some of the areas that we might need them most?
I mean, I think that's some things that the UDO team has been running through, and perhaps they'll be able to talk to that going forward. Parking is a challenge, or it's a cost, I would say, for a lot of developments. And it's sort of a question of where you feel like you need parking to support development or not. I mean, I think this is looking at only those single family neighborhoods and not necessarily some of those denser areas that were rezoned or designated differently without that N1 designation. These are only looking at just specific N1 designations. I mean, one thing to consider in this is that we're looking at the potential of an existing home, a lot with an existing home on it being bought, and having that home either being renovated or torn down to make 2 units. And I just want to iterate that there's a lot of cost of being able to do that, not only in terms of buying a single parcel that has value, and then having to construct 2 units and then being able to sell those 2 units at a price that can overcome that land cost. And that's what the purpose of our analysis was to try to illustrate. And so I think we're open to looking at other, perhaps trying to find a lower cost pro forma and maybe a higher cost pro forma to evaluate these lots with. But I do think there's a significant challenge of cost of finding the feasibility of buying an existing home and tearing it down and trying to construct 2 units for a price point that is much below the price that we had there. And so the realization that this policy 2.1 is part of multiple policies within the comprehensive plan that were aimed at addressing both either housing accessibility but also housing affordability. As my presentation I tried to iterate was this policy 2.1 has potential to have the impact of increasing housing supply and the diversity of housing types. I don't necessarily want to intimate that it is some solution to creating an increase in affordable housing for lower income residents. The goal or the outcome that you might be able to see through this policy change is helping to stem the tide of housing growth by increasing housing supply, but not necessarily a silver bullet or a direct effort that would create affordable housing. There are multiple goals, policies, and actions that are identified in the comprehensive plan that are aimed at that specific question of housing affordability, specifically goal 3 and the policies within it. And so I don't want to say that I'm intimating that this is the solution to affordable housing. This is a solution to increasing housing diversity and accessibility.
Thank you.
Mr. Newton, we're going to come back to you so that you can complete your comments. Mr. Newton?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me now?
We can't see you yet, but we'll get there.
Okay. I can see myself, but
That's always a good thing, Mr. Newton.
I'm here. I know I'm here. So anyhow, just to briefly sum up, I guess my comments from before, and I don't know when I got cut off there, but you know, I would be interested in knowing a little bit more about the impacts in undeveloped areas, and I know that we talked about this before, Matt. So any additional analysis there, particularly impacts from the standpoint of infrastructure, transit, and the educational opportunities, jobs, et cetera, or possibly lack thereof in areas where we might start to see more upzoned growth due to duplexes and triplex where we have undeveloped land. So, thank you again, Mayor, and any additional information or analysis there would be much appreciated, Matt. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Newton. All right, so the next speaker that I have is Ms. Watlington.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've just got a couple of questions, just trying to make sure I understand what these maps are saying. Where you've got, I'm not sure what slide number this is, I'm sorry, but it's got the market support score for the estimated lots without HOA. And then next to it, it's got the single-family demolition permits and market support.
Yep, so that'd be 2 slides down from what I'm seeing on the screen. Yes, that's it.
Okay. So, and I recognize Councilmember Bakari's comments from before that there's some opportunity here to go back and look at the assumptions, but based on what it has here, I just want to make sure I understand. What I'm seeing is the deep blue is the markets where you're basically saying that prices are high enough that someone could build and recoup their dollars. All right, okay. All right.
Yeah, most likely, yeah.
Okay. And so then in the map next to it, where you've got single-family demolition permits, this is for just 2020, right? So I'm trying to understand, I see places where there's HOAs, and I see places where on the map next to it where there are green dots, which would lead me to believe that some neighborhood that has an HOA, somebody submitted for a demolition permit, correct?
Yeah, that would be the assumption. I will caveat the location of the HOAs or the CCRs. There's an estimate based on previous research that the city has done.
Gotcha.
So I can't necessarily speak to this parcel by parcel validity of it, but it's a general estimate of those areas.
Gotcha. And so,
but that is an indication that there may be demolitions that are occurring in those neighborhoods.
And so one would have to assume that those buildings that are coming back are also going to meet the requirements of the HOA. So I'm just curious, do you have the information to know what's being built in place of these demolition permits?
We could try to do analysis of that. I'm sure that the city has building permit data that we could try to match up a comparison of where a demo permit was to a new construction permit. Mm-hmm. And that's something we actually did in analysis that we did in Denver for their comprehensive plan, was evaluate what the change in certain neighborhoods were in terms of net new units. Mm-hmm. Some lots or some neighborhoods in Denver were either downzoned and some were either upzoned, and we were illustrating neighborhoods that were producing, were they producing 2 units for every demolition permit or 1 unit for every demolition permit? In that community, there was a goal to, at least if we're allowing for these demolition activities to occur, we should be trying to get more units out of the reconstruction of homes on those units. And so that might be something that we can evaluate here, at least in the last few years. Are there more often or not people tearing down a home and replacing it with 1, or are they tearing it down, replacing it with 2 or 3?
Gotcha. And then the only other question I have as it relates to this is, do we have any view to what might not be demolition permits, but maybe construction permits at existing buildings?
So modifications or renovations to existing homes?
Right.
Yes. I mean, the city should have data on that. Yeah, we might be able to show spatially. We'd have to probably dig through it to get it at, what specific changes are being made.
Okay, I'm just curious, because I'm trying to understand the nature of what's happening here. And I realize that these dots are only for 2020, but yeah, I don't want to create more work for you, but I'm trying to wrap my mind around what we're actually seeing, because I know what I'm seeing when I'm riding through these neighborhoods, and I want to make sure that that I'm understanding the data, and that data reflects what is happening.
Yeah. It might be also that these dots are, they may appear kind of big so that you can see them. And so that might make them look like there's more than there perhaps is. So that's something we can try to get some raw data in terms of the number of permits that have been pulled. And that might be helpful.
One of the things that you make me think of, Ms. Watlington, is if we have one with just the green, when you used to do the map and you could add the dots to it, then you could see it a little bit better. Right now, it's just like so much on that one map. So if there's a way to help us visualize this, that might be helpful. And
kind of progression
as
of
all
the
of us
data.
are riding around, we can see. I drive on Park Road, and it's got 3 houses down, 9 houses coming, and the 9 houses are all over 3,000 or 4,000 square feet. But at the same time, on other places, the townhouses are coming. It's the thing that I think is interesting, and I'm sorry. Mr. Driggs, you're recognized. Mr. Driggs. Sorry, Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. I just bought an upgrade to my internet connection, so can you guys see me? I would like
actually
to want
use your technology
to
allowance.
chime in with Mr. Bakari. I think we need to be careful, I guess is the best way to put it. And Matt, you know that this is basically a modeling exercise, and what that entails is you make a bunch of assumptions and you establish certain relationships, and then you derive certain conclusions. So if you go back to your market support assumptions slide. The market support assumptions slide.
One more, Wendy. One more.
The one with the likeliness score, Mr. Driggs?
Nope. Down one. The next one.
Down.
One down? No.
Nope. Nope.
Market support score stats?
It's the market support.
No.
Go back. Wendy went back 1, 2. I think it's 2 slides.
After
Not
the
that far
physical
back.
capacity score slide,
It's
before the market support score map,
slide.
before the first heat map.
Keep going forward, Wendy, until you get to the first map.
Down from there.
Keep going. Keep going. To the first, keep going.
We need to find the heat map.
Oh, she's going in the wrong direction. Go forward, Wendy. Slide
Where did you see?
I have it as page 21 of the deck.
21.
Actually, page 20 of the deck.
That's
If
it.
you can go to page 20 of the deck. There
That's
you
it,
are.
right there, Wendy.
The point I want to make is that this lists a set of assumptions. And in a good modeling exercise, what you would do is you would associate with these assumptions a kind of sensitivity analysis to get a feel for how critical each of them is in relation to the conclusions you're drawing. So don't want to get deep into that, but all I'm trying to get across is we need to do more work here to make sure we have our arms around the relationships that this exercise is trying to demonstrate and to establish. And again, I agree with Mr. Bakari there. I don't think this was done with any particular outcome in mind, but I can tell you, having developed models professionally for 30 years, when people said, would you create a model and show me how much it costs to do such and such, I would tell them, what answer do you want? And there's a huge amount of scope within the way you frame your model to influence the outcome. So the best way to avoid any unintended consequences there is to just tinker with this model a little bit, to create a couple of scenarios based on changes in these critical assumptions, and see what the picture looks like when you do that. I did also want to go, if you could go to the heat map, which I think is the next one. That's page 21. And so you see that picture. In the committee meeting, I raised the question about what happens when you take the HOAs into account, the deed restrictions, things like that. And if you go down to page 23, on the left, you see what that looks like. And notice how little there is now on the likeliness score. So I guess part of my question is what happens if you overlay these maps? If you take out, now you start to do the percentage calculations that you did for all the data without respect to HOAs, and you do those same percentage calculations on what remains after you exclude the protected sites. Because I think that will give you quite a different picture. And that's really the picture that we need to see. And the last point I want to make is going to the next slide, please. And this is further also to Mr. Bakari's point. The average cost of housing were not measurably impacted. I mean, that's a pretty significant statement. And I don't think we should bury it on one slide in this whole deck. A key objective of the 2040 plan, as I understood it, was to create more affordable housing, to make housing more accessible. I think the plan will certainly do a number of things, as the Mayor Pro Tem has pointed out, to diversify housing and promote certain kinds of density. But we have to recognize that some of the things we're talking about doing will have the effect of causing the housing to go up or have the effect of causing more expensive housing to be created to accommodate growth and won't necessarily be responsive to our key priority of bringing housing costs down or making more affordable housing available. So I think we need to pay close attention to this one and be careful how we represent to the public what they can expect as a result of the plan. The key initiatives that we have on this are, of course, the Anti-Displacement Commission, and we talked about community benefits and things like that. And so I hope we'll be able to implement those things successfully, but the economic forces at work here are powerful. And if we're not careful, we will find that we're not able, with anything that we do in the area of policy, to offset a kind of tsunami that could occur once we free up land use this way and take city council out of decisions about how some of these properties are redeveloped. So I think this is great bones of a model and certainly great work, Matt. But I think it needs more work and we need to be careful about drawing conclusions from it at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is exactly the analysis, the type of analysis we need to address the concerns that have been raised around displacement. So I appreciate your work here, Matt. A couple of questions. So on this slide where you have the second bullet, the value of land likely to increase to match value of greater development potential. So wouldn't the value of land likely to increase throughout the city, or is it just in that map that you had shown?
I think it's more related to parcels where there is a change in the development potential. So those single-family lots that previously wouldn't allow 2 units now can have 2 units. The lower value parcels in those would be the ones that could potentially see an increase in value to match with what the greater development potential is. And so the illustration would be, we found for our typical pro forma that $150,000 was sort of the land cost that could be supported based on that pro forma. And so if you had a parcel that was worth $125,000 per se, you could assume that its value would increase to $150,000 now that there are 2 units to be built on it. And so it's the recognition that sort of those lower value lots likely are to see an increase in their value in the market because of that development change. And now obviously the context of each lot is different, whether it has a home on it that has value or a home or a dilapidated home or no home at all. So that could vary, but it's more likely those lower value lots within the parcels that we were coloring that would see that increase.
Thank you. So to follow up on that, where there is a greater development potential, so which maps there are a couple of maps, which maps should we be looking at where we can focus on lots where there is a greater development potential?
Yeah, so all of those single-family lots that we've colored in that map, under the new policy, would be able to have 2 units. So those all have a greater development potential as a result of that. We could do some maps and a set of maps to show what the existing assessor value is for those lots, to give you an indication of where the lower value lots are. And that would be one sort of signal where likeliness could occur. That's built into our analysis. What I haven't shared with you all is we sort of have a map for each score that we've used, and that provides some more context. And in our final deliverable to you all, that'll be provided. To a previous comment we heard in the council committee was, this is data we could start to use to identify specific neighborhoods that are perhaps in those vulnerable to displacement areas where we might need to pilot programs that come out of the work of the displacement, anti-displacement working group. And so it could be a guide for those efforts in terms of specific geographies to focus on to start testing ideas and solutions.
Right. I think it would be helpful to have that map where there is a value associated with greater development potential so that we can see where there could be a value of land that could increase, and that ultimately helps us understand displacement and how we need to address that through our policies. Second, there is a map. I think there are 2 maps on one slide. One with the single family demolition permit. Yes, right here. So when you say single family demolition permits plus market support, so I don't know if I understand when you say market support. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, so the analysis that we did is sort of, we tested physical capacity and then market support. Those are the 2 tests that we did. So that map shows our market support scores from 0 to 5. That's that yellow into the red and purple blue colors. And so it's that initial map that we showed. And then what we wanted to do was to show where there already was demolition activity of single family homes occurring in the community. And those are those green dots that are put on top of that map. And so what we're trying to do is to correlate where we think likeliness would be with where those demo permits have been, to see if our analysis is identifying the same places where the market's already looking. And from this map to me indicates that there is a pretty high correlation between where we identified opportunity or likeliness and where, at least currently, demo activity is going on, with the presumption that those single-family home demolitions are done so in a desire to create either a larger home or multiple homes, depending on the zoning.
So to summarize it, really where the wedge is, where we see demolition paired with the market support.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yep.
So if we were to, I know one of my colleagues, or a couple of my colleagues had asked this question, if we were to overlay the map without HOA, which is on the left, with the single family demolition permit and market support, where would we end up?
We can do that. It would basically be taking the green dots from the map to the right and putting them on the maps on the left, and just illustrating how if there's a lot of demo activity occurring in places where we think there's HOA or CCR restrictions or not. And that's something we can do. That's an easy thing to produce.
So we can,
Right. I think ultimately we can have multiple scenarios, but I think from what I see here, the outcome is not going to change. And even if we were to build an assumption, I'm interested, there are multiple assumptions that some of my colleagues had raised around price per square footage and other assumptions that if we were to change, what would the outcome be? So I think it's important for us to also explore some of those other scenarios and see, because ultimately our goal is to ensure that we are not increasing we are not expediting in any way the displacement that's occurring at this point. So I'm interested in further analysis, but certainly I think this is a great analysis that really helps us understand where and address the issue of displacement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ajmera. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you so much. There's so much information on these maps. Matt, can you go back to the map that highlights the areas of vulnerability, please? And how did you define those as areas of vulnerability?
So within the comprehensive plan, we have the equitable growth framework. And one of the measures in the equitable growth framework is the vulnerable to displacement areas. And we evaluated the folks living throughout the community, looking at key socioeconomic conditions that may make them more vulnerable to displacement. Those are most often household incomes, educational attainment levels. I think race and ethnicity was a consideration, as well as the presence of renter households versus homeowner households. I believe those are the key inputs. I need to double check the equitable growth framework specifically to make sure that I have it correct. But I believe those are the ones that were used to identify areas that had residents within them that met those characteristics that would make them more vulnerable to displacement if land values and home prices were to change significantly in their area.
So when you compare the vulnerable neighborhoods to the most comprehensive map, and I don't know which of your maps you would consider the most comprehensive map, maybe the one with the green dots. But if you compare those areas, if you can advance the slide. Okay, so the areas of vulnerability, if we had an overlay on the map to the right,
yep,
it looks like the most impacted area is in an area of vulnerability. Is that what you see as well?
Well, so no, I mean, I think we identified that about 7% of the single-family lots had a color of a dark purple or blue, so that 3 or 4 score. They are highly concentrated in a couple different areas, just to the east of downtown and then to the northwest of uptown. And there are definitely the presence of demolition permits in those areas as well. So those are indicators of areas that are in that vulnerable displacement area that are seeing change currently. And to my previous point, I think those are areas that potentially could be good candidates for targeting, initial policies and programs to address displacement issues.
So thank you. So I guess this comment is for the staff. A couple things. These maps are very complicated. Even the council members have had to ask for, the overlays and 3 different views. We've asked for simple information numerous times for it to be simplified. I know that we had over 4,000 survey responses, but in a city with almost 1 million people aren't getting it. They're not understanding the complexity of this data. So if we could have narratives on how this information applies to them, people want to know, what does this mean to me? So if we can have very simplified information so people understand this data. There are individuals in vulnerable neighborhoods where there's an influx of demolition permits. And when you talk about a tsunami, and those of us that were concerned with 2.1, because it would not improve the affordability, and it would expedite gentrification. This appears to illustrate that, and people need to understand. So I would ask, again, for maybe if this were on a website, simplified information, a Charlotte redevelopment plan, and a narrative, what this looks like, maybe per zip code or something, because it's complicated information, but it's important. And it's important that our residents understand. And if we do have the opportunity to be intentional about pilots and about helping vulnerable, and about the displacement committee and about what we're really going to do, because the information is right here in front of us. When you talk about expediting gentrification, if we're demolishing single family homes and constructing duplexes and changing the fabric of the neighborhood, increasing the prices, that's what's going to happen. We know the tax rates are going to increase, and that's the cycle. So I think this is important information that cannot get lost and cannot be misunderstood. So I would just ask, again, for simplified information of this important information. And I appreciate your presentation, Matt. I know this is your language and all of that, but even with council asking as many questions as we have, for the average resident, this information is complicated, but it's important and it needs to be understood. So I would just ask for a narrative. What does this mean? If we have a comprehensive map, these are the vulnerable areas. This is what this means to you, Mr. Joe Public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Winston? Mr. Winston?
Yeah, just were duets counted in consideration of the building of duplex units?
Yeah, so side by side units. Is that what you mean by duet?
All right.
Yes, and those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay. I think we've heard from everyone, and the thing is, I think as Ms. Johnson said, this is probably some of the most important work that we're going to be doing. There are great expectations for it. And I want to say to Matt, thank you for the expertise that you're bringing to us today. I agree that I had 6 things that I heard council say, and I would like to suggest and the staff figure out how to do this. I think that these maps are based upon the assumptions that we have. So what are the assumptions that each council member would like to see redrawn or rediscussed? And I think we ought to go through as many of those maps as you have the need to create an understanding of what you would like to see. Then I also heard a question on the undeveloped land. I'm not really sure if we answered that, but that's something to get back to. Mr. Phipps talks about the barriers to affordability and what are they if we have this current map, what would they be? I'm sure they'd be the same for almost any map that we have because they're taking place right now. And then vulnerable with demolition was another request, simple narratives. And I'd like to make one. I'd like to see the maps of the current state. Because if we don't do something else, we're going to do what we have now. And I wonder what that looks like. And I think the demolition shows it right now. It shows you where people are already tearing down in areas and creating new models and new types of housing. And sometimes that is just as difficult to try to manage. So it would be great for me to have a better understanding of what we are right now with a map like this, to be able to say what are my assumptions that I want to see change. So if that's possible. I think that wraps up the section and time that we had today, and it was a really great discussion. I think everybody had time to really express their concerns, but if you still have something, and as you continue to find out ideas, that's what the staff is here to get done. As we said, when we adopted this plan, it's one of the most important that we have, so let's make sure that we get it done. And Matt, thank you. Alyssa, thank you very much. And with that, I believe the action, what do we have next? Oh, let's do something else a little bit easy. Why not just pick up the UDO and let's keep going? Thank you. Who's going to do that, Mr. Jones?
Well,
Does everybody have a map with a blue and red and yellow? Okay.
Well, Thank you, Mayor Lyles. Good evening once again. So I'll just quickly say that on the last point, just so you know, we trust the work that our consultant is doing, but in the next week, we'll be sharing this work with the UNCC, Urban Institute, to take another look at the data. So we'll be coming back to you with what we find eventually. Well, on the Unified Development Ordinance, if you recall last month, our Deputy Director, Alison Craig, and Tony Lathrop, the Chair of our Ordinance Advisory Committee, came before you to provide a summary of the work that the staff and the committee have been doing for more than 3 years. So the first draft of that work, the Unified Development Ordinance, hit the streets last week, Thursday, October 7. So while the document itself consolidates multiple regulations and ordinances into one streamlined, user-friendly document, and Alison will talk a whole lot more about that, the major goal really is to provide regulations to implement the visions established by the adopted comprehensive plan. So what you're going to hear tonight from our Deputy Director, Alison Craig, and our Project Manager, Laura Hammond, is about the extensive engagement process, as well as what you will expect to see in upcoming draft releases. Looking forward, the goal is a July 2022 council decision. However, before Alison steps forward to present, I'd like to make a recognition of Laura Hammond, who is our project manager. I think she's not in the room, but she's virtual. She's the only one on our team who remains and has worked the longest on the Unified Development Ordinance, I believe, since 2013. When the pre-work was done, I think Councilmember Phipps remembers that very well. I'll say that that's before Alison and I jumped into this, and I just want to publicly thank Laura for her diligence and her hard work and her willingness to pivot every time we make some changes to the comprehensive plan and that will result in the UDO also being impacted. So I'd like to just publicly acknowledge Laura for the good work she and her team have really done. We take the credit a lot tonight, but there's a lot of other staff who have put in so much effort into this work since 2013 to get us to this first draft. So, Alison.
So the draft UDO, first draft came out last Thursday, October 7th. We were very excited, as Ty said. It's a very long time in the work. A lot of staff have been working on this very heavily over the last few years, and so it's a major accomplishment to be able to issue this first draft. Next slide. And kind of similar to Ty, I'd like to take a few minutes just to say thank you. There have been a great deal of people involved in developing this first draft. First and foremost, our planning staff led by Laura Harmon and her team have really spent a great deal of time. We've had an interdepartmental staff team that has worked on this from the different departments, from CATS, CDOT, Economic Development, Charlotte Water. I mean, really, all the different departments have been involved in helping to develop this first draft. As Ty mentioned, we have the Ordinance Advisory Committee. This group has been meeting with us regularly. It's made up of neighborhood leaders, folks from the development community, and residents to really help shape some of the thoughts that went into creating this first draft and the concepts that we presented to them. And of course, our consultants, we've got Camaris Online, and our attorneys. And it's, you know, when you delve into it and process and digest the 608-page document, it is quite lengthy, and there's a lot of really important things in there. What we're really trying to do with direction from the comprehensive plan is balance a lot of city priorities. So the environment, sustainability, affordability, what it costs for development. And so please understand that when you read this draft, that this is the beginning. This is the first draft, and there'll be others to come. Next slide. So we're here in October, and it's the first draft that's come out. And so we've got a road ahead here where we're going to be working with City Council, with the community, with the development industry, and really talking through what is in this document and how it's shaping the built environment in Charlotte going forward. We've had a lot of people ask if we could have a red line version of it, because it is a lot to digest. It's very drastically different and than what we have today, and it's taking ordinances that have been developed over 30 years that are in completely different documents and bringing them together in one ordinance. And so going forward, after this draft, and when we hear comments and we come back in March with the second draft, everything future will be redlined. So you'll be able to see what has been changed, what's been added, and what's been taken away. So hopefully that'll provide some clarity going forward. You can also see, too, that we'll be doing an economic impact analysis. So that work we're anticipating will begin the end of October. And so we'll convene a group to really dive into the numbers and see how this impacts affordability, feasibility of development here in Charlotte. And so that work will go through January. And if we find a need to continue that beyond that based on comments and changes that are made, then we'll do that. And you'll see, too, that we're going to be continuing to work with the Ordinance Advisory Committee. We're going to be coming regularly before council committee, the Planning Commission, and we have a number of public comment periods that we'll talk about a little bit later in the presentation. We're hoping to come before council in July for adoption of the document. And so with that, I will turn it over to Laura Harmon, who's the project manager for the UDO, and as Ty said, has done a tremendous amount of work leading her team to create this first draft.
Thank you, Allison. And I'm also going to present with Chris Jeanette with Camiris, our UDO consultant this evening. So next slide. I think many of you all have seen this. We've been in different forums, but we have a number of new zoning districts that are coming with the UDO, or that we're proposing with the UDO. And they are aligned with the place types from the comprehensive plan. So as an example, we have the manufacturing and logistics place type and the ML1 and ML2 zoning districts that go with that. And you can see for this range of place types, are mixed use and non-residential place types. We have at least one zoning district for each place type, and in most cases more than one. Next slide. Similarly for our neighborhood zoning districts, with the neighborhood 1 place type, we have 6 zoning districts, and you can see underneath that many of them are related to current zoning districts. So our neighborhood 1A zoning district is comparable to our R3 district, and that we will actually have that translate to our R3 district translate to neighborhood 1A. Same for neighborhood 1B, C, D, and E. Also for neighborhood 2, we will have 3 zoning districts. This is our more intense residential. We'll have neighborhood 2A, B, and C zoning districts. Next slide. Again, these relate to our zoning districts, come from the comp plan, or come from the policies in the comp plan, are based on the policies in the comp plan. So talked a lot about policy 2.1. Probably don't need to read that to you guys, but out of that we have neighborhood 1 place type being related to policy 2.1 and the zoning regulations from neighborhood 1, A, B, C, D, E, and F. And you can see, again, all of this flows from comp plan to the more specifics in the place type, and then the regulations being based on that. A little bit more we wanted to talk about with the neighborhood 1 districts, because this is a big part of what we're doing in the UDO. 2 goals with these districts from the comp plan. First is increased housing opportunities. So again, that in addition to single family, duplex, and triplex allowed on any lot is what you will find as you look at these districts in the initial draft of the UDO. We'll have accessory dwelling units allowed on lots with single family dwellings. We allow that now, but we have adjusted the standards so that construction of ADUs is more feasible in a lot of cases. And then we're also proposing that quadruplexes be allowed on arterial streets when an affordable housing unit is provided. We also think that as we're adding these housing types into these zoning districts, that it's important to respect the established neighborhood character of the districts. So ways that we're doing that is maintaining minimum lot sizes, and they do vary by district, which we can match with the existing context, but they will be the same for all dwelling types. So if you, for example, have require a 15,000 square foot lot, now you could put a single family home, a duplex, or a triplex on that lot. So it's the same requirement for all of those. Similarly, for our front, side, and rear setbacks, they will vary by district based on context, but be the same for all dwelling types. A few other things that we're doing to maintain character is one driveway allowed per street frontage, so that for duplexes and triplexes, we're not looking at multiple driveways on a street, but that they do consolidate driveways. For duplex, triplex, and quadruplexes, parking to the side or rear of a dwelling to be consistent with your typical context, our typical context in Charlotte, and also tying maximum height for those housing types to the height of nearby dwellings. So again, we think really that we want to expand the housing opportunities, but we also want to respect the character that exists in our neighborhoods. So trying to balance those. Next slide. We talked a bit ago about other zoning districts, our base zoning districts. We also have some overlay and special purpose districts. We'll continue with the historic district overlay, but we're adding cottage court overlay, neighborhood character overlay, and Chris is going to talk about some of these in a minute, residential infill overlay. We're adjusting our districts for manufactured housing with a manufactured home overlay and a manufactured home park district, and also updating our airport noise overlay that we have currently, but we'll be adjusting that. Chris is going to talk about some of the alternative development options, either through overlay or for provisions in our neighborhood 1 districts. And I'm going to turn this over to Chris now.
Thanks, Laura. Good evening, everybody. I apologize right away if I sound a little hoarse. I've had kind of a frog, so I might pause for sips of water. Hadn't done too much talking today until a little bit earlier. So as Laura mentioned, I'm going to cover a couple of the alternative development options and overlays that really can be used to augment the form of development and the intensity of development, the character really of development within the N1 districts. And the ones that I'm going to cover are the neighborhood character overlay, the residential infill overlay, and the mixed income bonus. So you can go to the next slide, please. So the first of those is the neighborhood character overlay district. And this is an overlay district that's really intended to, as the name would imply, protect and acknowledge the particular or distinct character.
Chris, can you speak up a little bit?
I'm not sure if I can turn up the volume of my microphone. I can try and yell more into it. Is that better?
Yelling always works. Go ahead.
Okay. I might scare my dog, so if you hear my dog start barking, then we'll know what happened. Okay, so there are a couple of factors that play into the eligibility for a neighborhood character overlay district. And the first one of those is that it needs to meet a series of criteria. So the first one of those is that there has to be something distinctive and consistent within a majority of the properties that are going to be designated as the NCO area. And that can be anything in terms of, the scale of development, the proportion, the rhythm as you're walking along a street in terms of lot width and the width of structures, or similarity in on-site elements. So say all of the parking is located behind houses on this particular, in this particular area. There's a predominant sort of pattern of landscape up front. They all have porches as accessory structures in the front. So there has to be some sort of unifying element within the area that's going to be designated. And then in addition to that, they have to meet a series of sort of substandards. And the first one of those is a minimum of, so the area must be a minimum of 1 block face, which is essentially all the lots on a block facing the same street. The general pattern of development has to be at least 25 years old, and a minimum of 75% of the lots within the area need to be developed. So you can't really use this tool, the neighborhood character overlay, on areas that are largely undeveloped. And finally, you can't apply an NCO on top of anything that's currently within a historic overlay district. Also important to note that this is a tool that can be used in N1A through the N1E districts only, so it's not available within N1F. Next slide, please. So as a tool to really acknowledge the character, the NCO provides a series of options for augmenting the standards of the underlying district. So what it allows to happen is for modification of things like bulk and area controls. So maximum lot area can be addressed through here. Things like lot width, frontage requirements, setbacks, the maximum height of structures, both principal and accessory, as well as maximum building coverage. And then there are a couple other things that can also be modified. The first of those is surface parking. So how much square footage of surface parking can I have? As well as the location of any surface parking. And then tree standards, tree planting protection standards can also be enhanced as a component of a neighborhood character overlay. Important to note that not all of these have to be addressed within a neighborhood character overlay, but anything that is would override the base standards. Anything that isn't would just default back to whatever the underlying zoning district is. Next slide, please. There's also an approval process that accompanies the NCO plan. It's a 7-step process. I'm going to go through it as briefly as possible. So the first step is initiation, which can happen either through an action at council or through a petition representing 25% of the property owners and 25% of the land area within the proposed NCO. It would then go to the planning director for determination of eligibility, at which point it would move into a public meeting that would need to be noticed for all the property owners within the area as well as adjacent to kind of let them know that this is happening and process from here forward. Step 4 is a development of a neighborhood character plan. So staff, along with representatives from the neighborhood, would actually determine, what are the things we want to modify in here, present that at step 5, which is another public meeting, again noticed. And then move to a petition for a map amendment. So at this point, the threshold to move for that petition is elevated to 51% of the property owners. So once you get to see what the NCO has in it, then the bar is raised a little bit to move it to the actual map amendment stage, at which point it just kind of undergoes the normal map amendment process. Next slide, please. So as opposed to the NCO, which is, as you can see, very sort of intentional, tailored process, we've got the residential infill overlay district, which is a little bit more of a blunt instrument, really intended to facilitate compatible infill development in certain areas of the city. So the RIO allows you to modify really 3 main things: height, the unit size within an area, and the front setback. And those are all based on sort of a series of standards that are calculated as averages based on the existing character within an area. So for instance, the building sidewall height is limited to 12 feet, or the average of the adjacent structures. The maximum building size within an RIO is the average square footage for single family structures on a block face, or 800 square feet per unit, whichever one of those is greater. You must have at least 50 contiguous lots in order to be eligible for an RIO designation. And this one can be, again, sort of similarly initiated by a majority vote at City Council or by 51% of the property owners. Also important to note, since it's a little bit of an odd one, that the maximum building size can actually be exceeded for single family dwellings by an additional 25%. Next slide, please. And then finally, the alternative development option that we wanted to kind of highlight here was the mixed income residential development. So this is a tool that really allows for an increase in the intensity of development in exchange for providing some affordable units, a mix of affordable units and market rate units sort of heterogeneously throughout a development. You can use it in any of the N1 districts A through D on a site that's at least 1 acre in size. And so the way that this one works is it essentially bumps you up to the next district in intensity. So say I was looking to develop a property in the N1B district and I wanted to take advantage of the mixed income residential development. If I met the standards, I'd be allowed to develop under standards of the N1C district. So I'd get a little bit of a bump in intensity and potential as a result of that. The one thing that I would need to do is provide 50% of those additional units that I'm granted as a result of that increase in intensity to households, set them aside for households earning 80% of the area median income. Next slide, please. Okay, so want to quickly talk about our approach to vehicle parking standards in the UDO. So as we all know, Charlotte developed as an auto-oriented city in the 20th century. There are some really good recent policy work that is aiming to kind of move that orientation, calling for sort of a more multimodal transportation emphasis throughout the city. And the UDO is really trying to implement that and work as a transition tool between sort of the historic pattern of the city as well as where the city wants to end up with these multimodal options. So, we're really moving in the direction of requiring fewer minimums and placing less emphasis on automobiles as development moves forward. And to kind of implement this, we've developed a 3-tiered approach. So tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Based upon zoning districts, and those districts have kind of been slotted into separate tiers based upon their identified character, what we think that they're going to be transitioning to in the future, as well as the city's transportation and development goals. So just as kind of a cheat sheet, the way that this works is that I could have one particular use in 3 separate districts, and that might put me in 3 different tiers of required parking. So if I had use in tier 1, I might be required to provide a minimum amount of parking spaces. And if I had that same exact use in a tier 3 district, there might be no minimum, but instead a maximum. So that's the way that it works. Next slide, please. So here you get just kind of a glimpse at the tiers themselves. What we've done is tried to match the character of the zoning districts to the tiers of parking that would be required. So tier 1 would be minimum off-street parking requirements in place with no maximum parking. So these are kind of what you would expect. It's the manufacturing and logistics. It's the institutional campus, a little bit more suburban in nature. It's the office flex campus, again, sort of that same orientation. Things like the manufactured home park. All of the neighborhood 1 districts would fall in tier 1, and N2A and N2B would fall within tier 1 as well. Tier 2 would require, in many cases, both a minimum amount of parking spaces as well as a maximum amount of parking spaces. These are some of the centers, the commercials, or the innovation areas of town. So the innovation mixed use would be included in tier 2. The institutional campus, the sort of more urban campus form. The neighborhood center and community activity center 1. Both of the commercial districts, the CG and the CR, and then the neighborhood 2C would get bumped up to tier 2. And then in tier 3, these are the ones that would have no parking minimums, except for a very limited number of uses in specific cases. And then maximum parking limits would apply to uses within tier 3. So these would be sort of the most intensely developed areas of the city. So the CAC2, the Regional Activity Center, Uptown, both the Uptown Edge and the Uptown Core, and all of the TOD districts would be included in tier 3. I think now I hand it back to you, Laura.
Thank you, Chris. We've given you kind of some of the highlights out of the zoning portion of the UDO, and I will walk, in light of time, pretty quickly through a couple of other sections of the UDO and then turn things back over to Allison. So we have a component that is subdivision streets and other infrastructure, and just wanted to talk briefly through some of the concepts, and we will be back at your retreat talking a bit more about some of these as well. So one of our goals out of this section is to increase connectivity. So we are applying street connectivity standards, also typically known as new streets, not only to subdivisions, but to all development that meets the minimum threshold. And we're also adding a cross-access drive standards for certain types of development if they meet threshold, and certain, again, the types of development will determine whether or not cross-access is required. With respect to walkable and transit infrastructure, we're proposing in districts that we have a minimum 6-foot wide sidewalk. Some districts we're looking for greater than that, depending on the anticipated pedestrian level of activity. We have created, though, flexibility in the streetscape standards, the standards for planting strip and sidewalk, based on constrained conditions. We know in a lot of circumstances, There are existing buildings that are being reused. We want to support that, and there's just not enough room to get the full streetscape in place. Other things we're doing in this area is rapid transit corridor reservation. We have that in our TOD districts. We're expanding that, proposing to expand that to protect right-of-way needs until CATS has the ability to purchase, though there is a limited time frame for that. So it's not in perpetuity, but in a short term to give CATS the opportunity to purchase. Also, for bus shelters and transit amenities based, again, on meeting certain thresholds for development. Next slide. Also making sure that we are planning for our future street needs. We are developing a citywide, or CDOT is developing a citywide streets map that will address our arterial streets. We'll look and see what is really needed for those streets. Where will the curb line be? What will the facilities in the streets be? And then we are through the UDO, making sure that we are getting buildings placed so that those streets can be built in the long, even if they can't be or aren't being widened or improved to the full extent during development. Want to make sure that we are preserving the area to do that. There are also proposed standards for installation of curb where it's missing, or in some cases, relocating curb to the ultimate curb location. Again, if you meet basic thresholds. And then finally, some other changes being brought forward by CDOT is a new transportation impact study approach that is for by right development as well as rezonings. Currently, we are getting the transportation impact study and mitigation through the rezoning process almost exclusively. The exception of that is TOD zoning, but we will be proposing to expand that so that we're treating people more equitably, and it's not only applying to rezoning, and also hitting by right development when appropriate. It's not going to be for every development, but again, if you meet a certain bottom threshold. And also CDOT is looking at, and they'll be talking more about at the retreat, having these standards incentivize multimodal and transportation demand management mitigation. So not only looking simply at moving people in cars, but looking at mitigation that may be more related to how do we help people move around on foot, by transit, by bicycle. Just a shift in approach consistent with the comprehensive plan and all the work that CDOT's doing. Next slide. Another big part of the proposed UDO is stormwater and natural resources. Some of the things that are being done there is with respect to stormwater requirements, particularly the post-construction section is to align the ordinance to make sure that it complies with 2018 session law changes. So there were changes made at the legislature in 2018. We want to make sure we're compliant with those with respect to reducing flood risk and protecting surface water quality. There are, we're looking at a new approach for dealing with on-site drainage, how that works with respect to where a property drains to, making sure they don't drain onto the neighbor's property and cause flooding there, and connecting into the public infrastructure system. So more standards for that, just make sure we're all on the same page. And then in this arena, also aligning the approach and the standards for residential and commercial development so that they are consistent and are consistent across all land use types as well. And then with respect to trees, some new thoughts on how to address trees. First, we want to protect and mitigate the loss of our large, healthy, mature trees. That's really important. Heard a lot about that from the community. So a provision to protect native trees that are 30 inches or greater, also called heritage trees, and regulations that will address the trend of significant tree canopy loss on smaller infill development. So looking at the opportunity of replanting for that development. Again, this is another topic that we will have an opportunity to discuss further at the retreat. And then a new approach to tree save. Currently in the ordinance, it's fairly narrow. We did a text amendment a couple of years ago to provide more flexibility on urban sites. We're looking at expanding upon that, proposing to you all that we expand upon that so that there are more options on how we protect and preserve trees or alternatives to the traditional save this patch of trees at the corner of your site approach that we have used before. So giving credit for higher quality trees and revised applicability and exemptions for doing this. So again, trying to add flexibility and also equity in the requirements as well. And at this point, I'm going to turn this back to Allison.
Thank you, Laura. So as I mentioned earlier, we will be doing an economic impact analysis just to see what the financial impacts are of the regulations that we're proposing here in the UDO. And these, we imagine there may be some things that cost more, but there's also things that we think will help on the cost side in terms of improving the process, as well as creating a more clear set of development regulations. We are working on this with planning, with economic development, as well as our consultant, Matt, who you heard from earlier today. And we're anticipating kicking off this work on October the 27th. And so we're going to look at different development prototypes, probably look at specific sites. We're also trying to look at different development categories. Like the development performance for, a small infill project is very different from an urban high-rise office or mixed-use development. And so really trying to dive into different development types as well as test some specific sites. So we'll convene stakeholder groups that will be able to help inform us of what these costs are and really provide some information about their performance to really be able to test some of these concepts. And if we find that there are substantial feasibility challenges for a particular development prototype, then this modeling will help inform what changes to the regulations that may come. So as I mentioned, we're planning to kick this work off the end of October. And really the bulk of the work will be done through this first public comment period in January, but we know that as changes occur with the drafts that come out, that we may need to revisit this model. So next slide. We are offering a number of different ways to engage people. The first thing we typically have heard in the last few days since the draft has been issued is, can you give us a quick summary of what's in the document and in the 608 pages that's there? It's very tough to consolidate a regulatory document of that size into a quick little couple pagers, but what we are going to do is issue a series of introductory videos. We're calling them kind of a choose your own adventure, where if you're in an existing neighborhood, you can go and look at this particular video and get more information about things that are important to you. Or if you're a business owner, you can go to a different set of videos and understand what the ordinance might mean to you. We're also going to issue a user guide later this month just to help walk you through the ordinance and what it looks like and where you can find the information that's of use to you. So hopefully those things will help navigate the document. We'll certainly have videos and information on our website, charlotteudo.org, as well as on our website. We'll have a number of public comment opportunities as well as in-person and virtual meetings, and I'll show a snapshot of those in the next slide. We started a social media campaign. Please follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We'll be posting things there as updates occur and where our upcoming community meetings are. And as I said earlier, the future drafts of the document will be redlined so you can see very clearly what has changed as we review the comments that we received. And the UDO Advisory Committee will continue to serve to help talk through issues as they come up and help with making what future changes may occur in the document. Next slide. So this is just a quick snapshot, and this is a tentative schedule. We're still looking to add additional meetings to this, and this is really even just through December is all that we could really fit on the screen. But a number of different in-person and virtual opportunities to meet with staff and ask questions, and really just even inform and educate those that may not work in this ordinance from day to day. So there's also a public website, publicinput.com/CharlotteUDO, and that's where you can go and actually enter in comments that you have on the draft. And so please be sure to share that with your colleagues and with your constituents, that that's the best way to get feedback to the team. Next slide. And so just wanted to end here real quick with key UDO dates just to have on your screen, because I know the schedule that we provided in the beginning is very detailed. But as mentioned before, the draft came out on October 7th, if you weren't already aware. We'll start the economic analysis later this month. The first comment period will conclude on January 14th, and we'll take some time just to process those comments and talk through with staff, our consultant, as well as our ordinance advisory committee, and then issue the second draft out in early March. We'll go through another comment period in mid-April, and in mid-May issue the third draft for public hearing. We'll go before City Council for public hearing, as well as the Planning Committee, who actually makes the recommendation to Council, and then issue the fourth draft in July and look for Council decision in July. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And so Laura and Chris.
Okay, Allison, if the staff will hold on, we've had two people that came online at 5:30 to speak with us at 6 o'clock, and it's almost 7:30. So what I'd like to do is actually have the two speakers that we have for the public forum who are really commenting on the Center City 2040 Vision Plan. That's another one that we are still perusing and working on. And then we'll come back, and I've got the following council members, Eggleston, Mayor Pro Tem, and Newton to follow up for questions. So, but can we go to the people that have been waiting a very long time? So we're I'm sorry. Mr. Driggs, what did you say? Yes. Oh, okay.
I just said I have my hand up too. I seem to get over.
I'm sorry. I see what's in front of me, and I didn't have Driggs, but you'll follow Mr. Newton.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right,
Also,
we're going to hear.
I only have one name up at a time, and so once Mr. Newton's name goes down, then I'll put the others up for Madam Mayor.
Everybody gets to speak. With technology is a challenge for us in these. It's not like you're in the room and I can see hands up. So we're just, bear with us. We're getting it up on the board. We're going to go to the speakers first. Our first speaker is Martin Zimmerman, who wants to speak about the 2040 plan. And that will be, he will have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mayor Lyle, City Manager Jones, City Council, and others for the privilege of speaking with you tonight. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm speaking in the context of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Climate Leaders Group and our efforts to encourage specific text changes to the Center City Vision Plan. I serve as a member of the steering committee of that group, along with June Blotnick of Clean Air North Carolina, Steve Kopolsky from the Sierra Club, Angela Gray from the West Side Coalition, and last but not and as many of you know, is supposed to go to council consideration this month, actually. I thank Julie Eiselt and others on the Transportation Planning and Environment Committee for asking the right kinds of questions to Michael Smith of Center City Partners. Carbon dioxide emissions are the central issue for climate leaders, but we also contend that it's tied to other critical aspects of Center City development and investment, including housing equity, energy conservation, tree canopy, and last but not least, transportation. Parking, of course, is an integral part of the overall transportation picture. In May, the planning staff recommended parking maximums for uptown and the South End. This idea is based on the premise that our urban core suffers from excessive parking, especially near the light rail stops. As some of you may know, the data tells us that for every 10 square feet of office space, another 6.7 is added for the privilege of parking on valuable urban real estate. Mr. Smith's reaction, unfortunately, is that parking maximums would cause massive unintended consequences. He says, I guarantee no developer comes to Charlotte to build excessive parking. This means we need to talk some more to Mr. Smith and the business community, and the Charlotte climate leaders intend to do just that. We especially invite the participation of Malcolm Graham on City Council, who is a member of the Board of Directors. On that note, I defer to Eric Severo, who will speak in a little bit more detail about the parking maximum issues with respect to the UDO especially. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
All right, Mr. Sudbury? You have 3 minutes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Martin. My name is Eric Severo. Good morning. Good morning. It's almost like morning, right? Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. I work for Sustain Charlotte and also help with the Mecklenburg Climate Leaders. And I'm speaking again on another plan. I know you have a heavy load of plans tonight, but this is the vision plan draft for Center City. And as a quick reminder, I've served on the MOVES Task Force and currently serve on the Ordinance Advisory Committee that you heard about from staff tonight. My work and my education has been able, give me the understanding of the connections that happen between parking, transportation choices, and land use, regulation, and zoning. And the current wording that exists in the Center City Vision Plan draft in the Section 2, I won't get too much into details, but the main point of what I'm speaking tonight is that wording needs a change. It says to eliminate parking minimums for new development. And once the region and the city has built out more comprehensive transit system, consider establishing parking maximums. I'm changing this, what I had written up a little bit because of what you've heard already tonight. But as you already seen in the presentation from staff, the Tier 3 parking already includes parking maximums for Uptown Center and a lot of the other centers that we have. And all we're asking for is the City Council and Center City partners to keep parking in check and work on shared parking solutions to reduce the space that is devoted to parking, especially in Uptown and South End and areas like that. If we can get those maximums in place and that wording changed in the plan, we absolutely support minimums being removed. They need to be removed from those areas. But that work would save millions of dollars that otherwise would go towards private parking garages in every new development. And that money could be saved and used for affordable housing and leases in those spaces that we so desperately need. So I would also recommend a comprehensive parking plan for our centers, our regional centers, community centers, neighborhood centers, TODs, and other areas like our single-family housing where it's adjacent to those centers. Having more public parking and less private parking with dynamic pricing and possible neighborhood parking permits in specific locations will go a long way to solving our parking problems. Because even in cities that have high residential densities already and great transit systems, ample parking encourages more driving that would not occur without that easy, cheap parking. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, Mrs. Savero, for the comments. I believe that the Center City 2040 plan is being discussed in the committee, council committee. I believe that it is not necessarily aligned with some of the thoughts that we believe around, and that there's certainly a lot to be discussed and defined in what we were included and presented. And so we've got a lot of work to do, but that work will be done, and you will certainly have an opportunity to engage and comment further. So thank you very much for bringing it to our attention tonight. All right, thank you. We're going to close our public forum as we have no other speakers, Madam Clerk. With that, and now we'll go back to the UDO, and I will recognize Mr. Eggleston, followed by Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Mr. Newton, and then followed by Mr. Driggs.
And then lots of other people too.
You know.
Everybody's going to get a turn.
You know, one of us can run the meeting, or all of us. Just tell me what we're doing here, all right? There's a list. Thank you. Mr.
So
Eggleston.
I don't know if this question is for Ms. Craig or Mr. Dioba, but whoever wants to field it. Understanding that, and I'm glad we talked about the mapping and the UDO at the same time. It's obviously all part of one larger effort that was started with our comprehensive plan, or at least this portion of it was started with our comprehensive plan. The documents formerly known as volumes 2 and 3, which are now implementation strategies and place types manual and metrics, with the fact that we've just put out a 600-page UDO and asked the community to dig into that and provide us feedback, and obviously that's something that's going to take a lot of heavy lifting on anybody who wants to undertake that. Is there a need for us to simultaneously be trying to refine those documents formerly known as volumes 2 and 3, or can we kind of narrow our focus to, obviously we know that the mapping has to take place before the final UDO can be put forward and adopted, but do we need to be doing the other documents at the same time as well, or can we tell everyone to zero in on this UDO now?
Thank you, Councilmember Eggleston. Before Allison pitches in, I'll say that, yes, I would rather that our focus be on the policy map right now that we are bringing to you in February for adoption, because that's really what informs the completion of the Unified Development Ordinance. What we previously referred to as volumes 2 and 3, which is the implementation strategy, the manuals and metrics, council can take action on that at any point in time that you choose to. They do not impact the completion of the UDO as much as the policy map. That allows, because I see where you're going with this, that allows the community to focus on the policy map, shaping that, and the UDO, which is 608 pages. I should quickly say that Allison is probably the only person in this room who read the entire 608 pages already. So it is possible. But I think that helps us to be able to narrow the focus of comments and engagement.
Thank you. I agree, and I just think that there are so many organizations. We just heard from some of our biggest environmental advocates in the community. They're undoubtedly going to want to pour over this, and I think asking people to try to be doing that and trying to provide feedback on 3 or 4 documents at once is probably not the best way to go forward. So now that we've got this draft of the UDO and the policy mapping and place type mapping that will inform it, I do hope we can signal to the community and to all of the stakeholders who want to engage in this process, engage in providing feedback and refining this Unified Development Ordinance, that this is the focus now, and the others can be set aside to some degree for the time being while we all work on this simultaneously.
Yes, you also remember that we have 2 working groups that are meeting right now, the NEST and Equitable Development Commission, that are, well, they haven't started meeting, but they will. And that time that you choose to take action on those 2 documents may align with their preliminary findings at some point, so that the implementation strategy could incorporate some of those, which we don't know yet. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Eggleston? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just 2 questions. The transportation impact study, is that, how do you decide when it gets done, and can residents request that? I wouldn't think you'd do it for every single rezoning, but just some guidance on that.
Right now, there's a threshold in place that's really managed by CDOT. And that is triggered in the rezoning process. And now also there's a requirement for TIS and TOD, and they're looking to expand that. The threshold of how that would be applied, I think, is still under discussion. CDOT has a working group that they're with stakeholders that they're talking through some of those, and those decisions haven't been made yet. So more information to come. I think at the retreat you'll get more info on that.
I'm glad to hear about it, though. Thank you. And then my second question is trees. And, we brought this up before, that the replacement policy doesn't really account for loss of canopy. It's loss of the trunk. Is there any thought to expanding our tree protection policies by saying that you have to have, you've got to have certified arborists, or, just a little bit more control about who takes down trees and when?
Yes, the ordinance does expand on that a good bit. And so there's now, Laura mentioned, a heritage tree requirement. And so trees of a certain size will need to go through a permit process to be taken down. And so that's a pretty big step. We're also talking about street trees in residential areas, so infill areas, and that's not an area that we've really ever have delved into in terms of regulations. And so there's some expansion there as well. But, also wanted to mention too that, Laura said the tree save has been updated and modified. It's now green area. And so there'll be different ways in which you can accomplish that. There'll be sort of a table with multipliers. And if you preserve existing canopy, then that multiplier for your tree save, which is now called green area, is enhanced. And so there's things also in the ordinance that help incentivize people for doing that.
Okay, thank you. I think that's an area we need to look at more carefully, so I'm glad to hear that that's part of this process. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Newton?
Yes, thank you. So I had a bit of a clarification regarding the neighborhood character overlay, and I think you might have presented that, Chris, or maybe you, Laura. So it's my understanding that the neighborhood character overlay only pertains to design or lot specifications and criteria. Is that correct? And I guess more specifically, not to density, not to unit density.
We couldn't, you broke up, Mr. Newton.
So regarding the neighborhood character overlay, it's my understanding that that only applies to design lot specifications, not to, in potentially slightly broader than that, but certainly not to unit density. Is that correct? Laura, Chris?
That's correct, but I'll let Chris expand on that.
Oh, yeah. Essentially, it allows you to modify dimensional standards, not uses that are permitted.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point that out and draw the clarification, because I think that there are folks within the community, certainly over the course of the process of us discussing the 2040 comprehensive plan, there are folks in the community that believed that would, or otherwise assumed, frankly, that would apply to unit density and create the ability to block higher densities, more specifically duplexes and triplexes in their neighborhoods. And I just wanted to point out that that's not the case with the neighborhood character overlay. There was discussion, maybe some assumption that we would have a possible flood of applications for neighborhood overlay consideration. And I don't know if that's, that still might happen, but I would assume that it might be upon the mistaken belief that this would be some mechanism to prevent duplex, triplex development or higher density, more units within a neighborhood. And just wanted to point that out. Maybe worth clarifying for the general public too in community meetings. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Newton. Mr. Driggs? Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Ms. Harmon, you mentioned the density bonus in there, and we talked about this in the committee meeting. We have had a density bonus for a long time, and essentially it doesn't seem that anybody ever uses it. So I'm wondering if the idea for the density bonus now is being discussed with developers in order to have an informed view about what is worth putting in place in the hopes of actually getting somebody to respond to it.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilman Driggs. We will be following up with affordable housing developers with the new provisions. We think that this relaxes some of the requirements that may have been keeping people from using the previous density bonus, but we're going to also do some follow-up with the folks who are most likely to use this to see if they agree with us or not, or if there are other adjustments that they recommend.
Right, I think it could be a valuable tool to try to kind of broaden the scope for affordable development, frankly, if we can interest, ordinary market price developers in it, and they are thoughtful about models, maybe working in conjunction with one of the affordable housing developers for improving their own project by availing themselves of this feature. So I just hope we'll be very market driven about that. You talked about trees, and I'm wondering if the economic impact study is going to establish what the cost is on housing prices of any requirements we may impose related to trees. And I bring this up because I believe the tough question about trees is that we haven't done enough so far, but we're not going to be able to, without limit, to just sort of impose a lot of new requirements on trees without working against our other purpose. So are we going to have good data about how anything we propose to do with trees will affect the cost of housing?
I would imagine that that will be part of the discussion with the stakeholder group when we get to the economic impact analysis. I will add to one of the things that we'll discuss is that there will be some just flexibility in how you meet the tree requirements. And so I think that that may help on the cost side of things. But if that's brought forward as an item from the stakeholder group, we'll certainly include that. I also wanted to mention, too, on the density bonus for affordability that there used to be some geographic limitations that have now been removed. And I presented this just the highlights of the UDO to a group of developers earlier today, and that was received quite well with some interest. And so look forward to having further discussions about how that can be a tool to help bring more affordable housing to the community.
Great, because I think that's potentially a powerful tool, and we just have to get real about what incentives are actually going to cause some of the response that we're hoping for. My last comment is I'm really happy to hear you talk about traffic studies, and I can tell you that this is one area that people in my district are looking for any evidence that we will approach development on Providence Road, for example, differently, which looks to a lot of people to be sort of out of control. Like we keep approving things one at a time. There's a huge queue of potential additional development there. So I hope as we modify our traffic study requirements, that modification will include being a little more sensitive to a big picture situation or to developments that are already underway but haven't yet contributed to the data, so that as we consider new ones, we've got more context and we're looking further into the future. That's just a comment, though. I appreciate that we're working on the traffic study. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. Ms. Ajmir, followed by Ms. Watlington and Mr. Phipps.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So to follow up on Mr. Driggs' comments about the cost of some of these enhancements in terms of preserving our tree canopy, while we are looking at the cost, let's also look at the cost for not doing it, especially Tree Charlotte had done a report on what is the cost and what is actual economic savings because of the Reach Tree canopy we have in terms of overheating and so on. So if we can also look at that, I think that would be important. So we are looking at both sides. I think preserving and protecting our tree canopy is so important as we are growing at such a fast pace. We are losing a lot of our natural resources. I have a question around our tree preservation fund. Are there any changes to that?
I would prefer to refer to Tim on details of that, and we are bringing this item to the council retreat. I think there are more ways in which it can be funded, but it's really intended for tree preservation. So, but we'll get into that subject in greater detail at the council retreat.
Okay, looking forward to that. Also, there were some concerns that were raised by our speakers, Martin and Eric, around the parking, especially in our uptown area. Could staff respond to those concerns that have been raised as well?
Sure. So I think there were some questions about aligning the Center City plan with the UDO, and those are certainly conversations that we can have. I believe Eric mentioned that, as well as Martin. So we believe that in the uptown area, that's one of our denser areas, that having some limitations as to how much parking is there will really help promote a more pedestrian environment. So I think that's really the best approach. And as far as public versus private types of parking arrangements, I think that's just a broader city discussion, not something really that the UDO would speak to. But if you have a specific question about that, let us know.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Watlington?
I just had a couple of quick questions. The first one, or comments rather, the first one was in regards to the residential infill development work. I saw something on there that I know we've talked about a couple of times in other areas as it relates to housing, neighborhood services, and even speed humps. I see 51% of property owners versus 51% of the residents. And I just want to call out there, I hope we can do something a little bit different there, because the areas that are most vulnerable to displacement are also high non-owner occupant property owners. And so it's extremely difficult to get historic designations or even, like I said, a speed hump because the requirements currently say property owners versus the residents. And so I just wanted to call that out here in this space. I hope that we can do something different here. The other question I had was as it relates to like parking minimums. We've established that we're a car-oriented city, and so as we think about people traveling from one area in their cars to these places where we're talking about not having parking minimums, how are we thinking about that? Where are the people leaving their cars if they needed it to get to the general area?
So I'm going to see if Chris can answer those questions on the parking, and then I can follow up.
Yeah, can you, I'm sorry, can you just repeat I was having a little bit of trouble hearing you at the end there.
Sure. My question is in regards to the tiered parking requirements and how there are certain areas that will not have parking minimums at all. How does that jive with us knowing that we are a car-oriented city? Where are we expecting these people to leave their cars that they left their houses in? Is the idea that there are some communal parking spaces?
Really I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I think really comes down to sort of a fundamental understanding that not having required parking doesn't mean not allowing parking. So basically, businesses can provide parking up to the maximum if there is a maximum in place. What we're essentially saying in terms of removing the parking minimums is that...
Can you lean in a little bit more, Chris? I know, a little bit louder for us, please.
Yes. Sorry, I turned up the volume on my microphone, but there seems to be a little bit of a disconnect.
There's a lot of technology in this whole thing, so just work with us.
Yep. I'll try and slow down too, so if I go too fast, I don't have to repeat too much. There's a fundamental difference between eliminating a parking minimum and saying that someone can't provide parking. So essentially what we're saying is that the city, in these areas where parking minimums are being removed, is that the city is no longer in the business of telling you exactly how much parking you need to provide. So we're not saying you can't provide parking. If there's a parking maximum in place, you can provide as much parking as you want up to that maximum. And the idea is, that if you're in an area that has ample parking on street or community parking, you might provide less as a result of that. And, it's kind of in the areas where parking minimums don't apply, it's essentially letting these businesses determine what they think is the right amount of parking for them.
That's what I'm concerned about that, because oftentimes businesses are going to say, well, the right amount of parking for me is 0, so I don't have to pay for putting down a parking lot. So that's just a call out there. I'm not comfortable with not having anything, because if everybody chooses to not provide any parking, we're going to have a whole lot more street parking, and it's going to be going into our neighborhoods. I think you've already spoken to that once before. What does that look like as a whole? And then lastly,
If If I could just jump in and say, in sort of that tier 3, that there are parking minimums may be applied, though, in certain uses that are adjacent to N1 neighborhoods, just to recognize that there may be a conflict there. And so that's where those parking minimums may actually then occur.
Yeah, and thanks, Allison. I had mentioned, I think when I was talking about no parking minimums in tier 3, there are parking minimums for certain uses when within 200 feet of a neighborhood one place type. And that's basically where you'd see minimums apply within tier 3.
Okay. And the last thing is, I just want to make sure I'm clear about the additional volumes. I know that we talked about separating them on purpose earlier this year. And so I just want to make sure I understand how that's intended to roll out.
The volumes. The 2 volumes.
The 2 volumes of the implementation strategy and the manuals and metrics, how they align with the Unified Development Ordinance.
Yeah, I just want to understand. I know that the conversation earlier this year was let's separate adoption to make sure that everybody's comfortable. So as I hear, we want to put them aside from, well, I suggested that maybe we focus on this. I just want to make sure I understand, if we were to do that, what would that look like?
It actually doesn't have any implication at all on the Unified Development Ordinance in terms of alignment. I think if you look at those 2 documents, the manuals and metrics really have where you have your place types, which is what the current 2040 policy map work is based off of. Then in your implementation strategy, that's where you have your anti-displacement commission. That's where you have the community benefits toolkit discussion. And the Equitable Development Commission, as well as things related to community area planning efforts, as well as CIP discussions. So they really don't have any direct bearing on the outcome of the UDO.
So what I'm hearing is essentially we've moved forward with what was in there anyway.
What matters is to council and to staff is the adoption of this policy map, because that's what's going to allow the Unified Development Ordinance to be completed in summer of next year.
So I get that part, but also what concerns me is that it sounds like the key components of the implementation guide or strategy in the other volume we're doing anyway, which feels like a departure from what we said we wanted to do in the first place.
If I can, maybe we.
But that's just a call out.
I hear you. Yes, maybe the key word there is implementation, and we may be defining it differently. Implementation with the Unified Development Ordinance is as related to the regulations and the ordinances. Not everything, in fact, in those 2 documents have much to do with those regulations and ordinances. I think that's really where but I hear you, what you're saying.
Okay.
Mr. Phipps?
Thank you. With respect to neighborhood character overlay, is that a fairly new concept that we have?
That's a new concept for Charlotte.
Okay. Because I can recall, and to piggyback off of what Councilmember Newton was suggesting, that, I mean, you could use this as a proxy to limit or prohibit certain construction in neighborhoods, like he mentioned duplexes or triplexes. I can recall an effort several, years ago, where it was a movement afoot to try to limit tiny homes from being a part of a certain neighborhood. Is there a category that we have for tiny homes? Is that in the cottage? Would that be in the cottage overlay?
It is. Chris, if you could speak, Chris or Laura could speak to that.
Can you all hear me? Sorry, looking for the unmute button. I'm not used to Cisco. Yes, so we have, we don't specifically prohibit any type of dwelling unit based on the square footage in any district. If you wanted to build a small home and you could meet the standards, we're okay with that. What we've done is we've created a cottage court overlay, excuse me, which basically allows for the creation of smaller units on smaller lots. I won't go into all the detail because I could take a while talking about it, but it essentially allows you to develop smaller units on smaller lots with a series of sort of site design based criteria. So they need to be organized around an open space. They can have common parking. They can have sort of common areas like kitchens and recreation spaces for the residents. And it's really, really designed to try and get at that form of development. There's also an incentive in there. If you're providing actual smaller units, you're not building larger houses in sort of a cottage court orientation, but you're actually providing smaller footprint, smaller square footage units. You can actually get a little bit of a bonus in terms of your cottage court development in there too.
Another question I have is, could you have competing overlay districts in a neighborhood, or you can only have one overlay district at a time? And my concern is, for example, you showed a picture there of in the residential infill overlay, there appeared to be a duplex towering over a single-family home. I really can't imagine that that would promote or enhance a person's perception of a neighborhood character overlay with that bigger structure over top of the single-family unit there. So can you have competing overlay districts, or would you just have to have one and done? You just can't have multiple overlay districts.
So
I can jump in and take this.
Okay.
And Chris, if you want to add to the neighborhood character, historic district, residential infill overlay, you would not apply multiples of those. You could conceivably have a residential infill overlay and an airport noise overlay, but with respect to the residential overlays, you would not be applying more than one. Chris, is that the way you see it?
Yeah, that's definitely the way that I see it. I mean, they all serve sort of discrete purposes. And just to speak quickly too, I think to the image that you were talking about was the residential infill overlay. And I think it was really intended to show that those are standards that, a series of standards that would base something like height off of the height of the adjacent unit. So you might not see something sort of so out of context because the maximum sidewall height is going to be based on the adjacent unit. So a new house isn't going to be able to come in and tower over its neighbors the same way.
Thank you.
Mr. Winston?
Thank you very much. I have a series of questions. I have not been able to read all 608 pages like Ms. Craig has, but I have perused every section. So I'll ask all my questions and we can determine if you want to answer some of them now or all of them later, I guess. Looking at section 12.4 under the Regional Activity Center Uptown Core Zoning District, very interesting that the Uptown Core Zoning District by right has a maximum build height that is unlimited. I know during the Comp 2040 plan, we were discussing kind of the opposite of having unlimited, putting a height, a maximum height, and then considering ways to go above and beyond that. So I'd just like to know a little bit about the kind of philosophy, how we got to an unlimited height by right. Not necessarily saying I'm for or against it, but want to know the train of thought on how we got there. I do see as well in the TOD UC, there is an unlimited maximum height bonus, that maximum height that can be achieved using the bonus. Again, that's different than it being by right in the urban core. Just for colleagues and citizens out there, I knew that a neighborhood character overlay district would be something of interest, as we did talk about it a lot. I definitely suggest reading up on section 14.2. It pretty clearly defines what the neighborhood character overlay district is, what it is, and you can infer what it is not, and it really does guide pretty specifically on how to achieve and how we might, as a council and staff, kind of suss through all of those applications that I'm sure we will see at some point in time. I did want to touch on the height bonus table in 16.1 in the general development zoning standards, specifically as it relates to transportation and enhanced micromobility facility bonuses that developers might achieve. I would question as to whether or not these transportation and micromobility bonuses are as creative as we can get, especially in relationship to our desires to create mobility hubs and transportation hubs that are going to be forthcoming in the future TMN, but also as what is stated in the comprehensive 2040 plan. Is there something that relates to kind of this disruptive nature of transportation infrastructure that is emerging right now? I see no kind of mention of charging stations or improved connectivity as we look to smart transportation options and transportation as service options. Wondering if we can just get a bit more creative in those bonuses as what is on the paper right now, such as options of dedicating future transit right-of-ways along transit corridors. That's something that we already do and doesn't seem necessarily very innovative for the time period that we are kind of going into, and in relation to the other plans that we are either already have or are developing. Section 17, Article 17, 17.1 states that accessory structures are permitted in all zoning districts. I think that's a great thing. I would ask staff if we can consider or find a way to provide stock plans for ADUs in the UDO. I believe as recently as the past week or two, I believe there was a city in North Carolina that has provided the public with the ability to shop those stock plans of ADUs. Again, these ADUs are units, granny flats, or sometimes they're referred to, that most people can, all people can build, but not necessarily everybody looks at themselves as a developer or has a development team that would need to do the types of due diligence to design these types of products. If we could provide an affordable kind of portfolio of options, I think that could go a long way in achieving the goals that we have for getting and seeing more of these ADUs developed in all parts of town. Article 19, Taiwan knows I know he's ready for this one. I've heard that this three-tiered parking system, at least one of them, tier 3, has no minimums, but I don't see that in the text. Tier 3 literally says, the first sentence is, a minimum number of off-street parking spaces are required for a limited number of uses and locations. I would like to see an option that provides a tier that provides literally no parking minimums. I was having a conversation today. I understand the idea and the intent of maximums, but I would even like us to kind of see what we can do for modeling. Why are minimums and maximums even necessary? I'm not totally sure why. If the market, especially again as we are at the beginning of a very disruptive time in transportation infrastructure, while the market in the first year of the Comp 2040 plan might decide that it wants personal vehicle parking as part of developments, that's not necessarily the case 10, 15 years from now. So I hope we don't handcuff ourselves with maximums, but I hope that we also don't handcuff ourselves with not presenting an option that does clearly take minimums off the table. So I have a note on 19.3, Section D, Section F, spaces exempt from parking maximums. So here is where I found in the UDO where we do put an incentive onto developers for electrical vehicle charging stations. That's in 19F. Line 2. So again, when I'm thinking of more imaginative bonuses for height, I'm wondering, since we do it since we put this electrical vehicle charging station, this type of future of transportation infrastructure in another bonus section, well, why is this not something that we can include in the height bonuses that we have? Flipping forward to section 19-23, well, 19.6, single-family dwelling units. It says, basically, this is the section that requires parking for single-family dwelling units. I know one of the slides said that Charlotte has grown in the 20th century to be dependent on the single occupancy vehicle. I would add to that description the combustion single personal vehicles with combustion engines. We know that the future of transportation is going to be electric, but it seems like here we are regulating the infrastructure around the parking for a combustion engine, right? Are we able to require EV charging capabilities in single-family zoning dwellings if we do have the capability of regulating certain types of parking infrastructure for the current conditions? Do we have the ability to regulate for the future of transportation? Again, if we're thinking about electrification of the grid and services, if people are not able to charge their vehicles at home, then they won't necessarily be able to purchase the future of personal vehicles. And so it doesn't matter what type of public infrastructure is out there. If folks are not, again, we think of the digital divide today, think of the electrical divide of tomorrow, where some people won't be, because they live in certain zip codes, won't be able to participate in fully in society access points. In this point, personal electrical vehicle requirements. So hopefully that's not a blind spot in this UDO. If we can regulate that, I think we should, especially since we are already regulating infrastructure around combustion engines. Section 19.7, I like the inclusion visually of plants on the drawing as being cover on parking structures, and it looks like we are pushing the inclusion of green infrastructure. But I couldn't really find where I see this picture. I couldn't really find where exactly we are providing different regulatory options for the use of green infrastructure on roofs or siding, doing things different. So again, if we can do that offline, where you can kind of go through that section to see what in there is actually new. But I do appreciate seeing it in the illustrations. Article 25, post-construction stormwater regulations. I do believe this is the section that could be affected by proposed legislation that is currently in the General Assembly. I'd like to know more about what we are proposing here and the potential conflicts that may arise should the General Assembly and Governor make new laws there. I think I only have two more things. Oh, maybe one more thing. Just a note that I had for myself. So 33-5, in relation to CAT's bus stop amenities, design standards. My question is, where in city policy do we as city council actually deal with the actual CAT's bus stop amenity design standards? Is that something that we can work on? Something that's has been an issue over my time in council of not having cover, not having pads, bus stops being put in the middle of fields or not places that are accessible. I'm wondering is that somewhere in the UDO that regulates this, or if not, where does council have the ability to kind of dive into those standards? And with that, those are all my questions from this first draft of the UDO.
I can take a few of those if you all want. We have. Absolutely.
Unless, has everyone spoken that would like to speak? Okay, so I think let's just get those questions back in a written format so that everybody can hear them or read them and remember them, probably is a better way of saying that. But, okay.
Well, with that said, if you need me to repeat or send it, does staff have all of those questions?
It's on video and I've been writing them down.
Yes, we have as well.
Thank you.
So they'll have them. They can watch it all over again, too. Okay.
Well, if there's anything off the top that staff does want to respond to, please feel free. If there's something in there that, would be for the good of the order, please feel free.
Thank you. We can follow up and provide written comments to everything so that everyone can see it.
Okay. All right, so we have gone through our public forum part of the meeting, and is there anything else on we're still on the beginning of our meeting, the action section, the action review. So we don't have a closed session. So, okay, I think we're in good shape to begin to work through the remainder of our agenda. So we've had our public forum, and now we're ready to address our public hearings. And the first item on our agenda is a public hearing on a resolution to close the alleyway off East Kinston Avenue and South Boulevard. Are there any speakers, Madam Clerk?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion to close the public hearing and adopt a resolution. And adopt a resolution.
And adopt a resolution.
And the second, the person that made the second was good for that? Okay.
Yes, Driggs, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? All right. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira? Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I beg your pardon?
Mayor, okay.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Item 12 is a public hearing on to close the alleyway off Morningside Drive and adopt a resolution and close the alleyway off of Morningside Drive. Do I have a motion for A and B?
So moved, Driggs.
Second, Newton.
I'm sorry, do we have any speakers? We have no speakers. So we can close the public hearing and adopt a resolution. Motion was made by Mr. Driggs, second by Mr. Eggleston. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is item 14, adopt a resolution approving the second amended and restated Charlotte Regional Workforce Consortium Agreement to designate Charlotte Works as the local fiscal agent and authorize the city manager to negotiate said contract.
Motion to adopt and authorize.
Second, Driggs.
We have a motion from Mr. Eggleston, second by Mr. Driggs. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? Mr. Bakari?
Yes?
Thank you. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Thank you. The next item is to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute a municipal agreement with NCDOT to accept surface transportation block grant funds in the amount of $997,000 for the W.T. Harris Boulevard Multi-Use Path Project from North Tryon to J.W. Clay Boulevard, and adopt a budget ordinance appropriating said amount in the surface transportation block grant funds from the NCDOT for engineering right-of-way and construction of said project. Do I have a motion?
Motion to adopt.
Second.
A motion and a second, Mr. Eggleston and Mr. Driggs.
Question.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Eggleston.
I was asked today and I couldn't answer, so I don't know if Ms. Babson or somebody, how do we define what a multi-use path is and how it's different from a sidewalk or a greenway or something else of that nature? And I couldn't tell them, so I was wondering if she could tell us.
Mr. Jones, Ms. Babson is coming in. Ms. Babson, what's the difference, or is there a difference between multi-use trails and greenways and sidewalks?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mr. Eggleston, a multi-use path is typically about 12 feet wide, and it allows for both pedestrians and cyclists to use that facility.
So more like a greenway, but maybe closer to the road and,
Yes.
okay.
So the multi-use path is sort of the bicycle side pedestrian version of what you would see in a greenway, but runs alongside the road.
All
Love
right.
it. Thank you.
Any other, Mr. Phipps, Ms. Babson?
Yes, would that be constructed with asphalt or cement?
We typically construct those with concrete because we've done a lot of cost analysis to determine that the long-term maintenance of the concrete is a better investment.
All right, any other questions for Ms. Babson? Hearing no further questions or any other discussion, we'll begin our voting now. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right. The next item on our agenda is to adopt a resolution authorizing the manager to negotiate and execute a municipal agreement with NCDOT to accept surface transportation block grant funds in the total amount of $1,229,000 for the W.T. Harris Boulevard multi-use path project from the plaza to Greer Road, and to adopt a budget ordinance in the same amount from the same source for engineering right-of-way and construction of the same project.
Motion to adopt.
Do I have a second? Motion to adopt, Eggleston and Iselt. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Thank you. Item 17 is adopt a resolution approving the sale of 3 vacant city-owned properties located at 3221 Eisenhower Street, 1005 Patch Avenue and Wainwright Avenue with the parcel identification numbers to JCB Urban Company for $90,000 and authorize the manager to negotiate and execute all documents for the complete of the sale.
Motion to adopt and authorize.
I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Eggleston, Mr. Driggs. Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing no discussion, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, that item passes. The next item on our agenda is to approve an amendment to the restrictive covenants of property located at 1621 and 1623 Parkwood Avenue to extend the time frame for completion of a development of said property and modify the scope of permissible development to include a single-family residence and duplex, and authorize the manager to execute all documents necessary to take this action. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve and authorize.
Mr. Eggleston, do I have a second?
Second.
And Mayor Pro Tem, any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. The next item is to adopt a resolution ratifying an amendment to the interlocal agreement with the Water and Sewer Authority of Cabarrus County to implement and jointly fund the Lower Rocky River Pump Station Expansion Project.
Motion to adopt.
Mr. Eggleston, and do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. Is there any discussion on this item?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Eggleston?
From Ms. Charles or whoever is here with us tonight from Charlotte Water. Ms. Charles, all right. Can you hear me, Ms. Charles?
Ms. Charles, push the button there on the microphone. There you go.
Thank you. Good
Hello,
evening,
good to see
Mayor,
you.
Council, and our manager, Angela Charles, Director of Charlotte Water.
Great, thank you. So I understand that there's people in this part of East Charlotte who have currently no guarantee of the sewer capacity that they are needing for things that are being developed in that area right now. So trying to understand if we ratify this interlocal agreement, what leverage we have with Cabarrus County to make sure that we're getting the capacity we need, and when we might be able to assure the folks who currently right now have no assurance of that capacity that it's coming.
Okay, Donata, can you tee up for me the map?
Mr. Eggleston, can you tell us
Ms.
who
Charles,
those
let me
people
know
are?
which one of the emails you want me to pull up, the first,
The
second, or
last
third one?
one, if you can.
The last one. Okay, hold on.
Just a question. You said
Yeah, I don't have a list of people.
I mean, is it a geography
Yes.
or? Is
Yes.
And can you?
I think Ms. Charles could probably speak to it better than I can. But I heard from several people on this particular item that this is becoming a pretty well-known problem in that area of town for any new development that needs to tap into the sewer system. So I would.
Sure, and I just wanted to show you the location. Thank you, Donata and staff. And so I want to begin with the big picture. As a regional utility, Charlotte Water has several agreements with jurisdictions who are adjacent to our county. And so if you look at this map, the blue arrows represent water that we sell to neighboring jurisdictions, and the green arrows represent wastewater service coming into our utility. And so if you look to the east, there should be a green arrow, I can't see it here, but a green arrow pointing to the Rocky River plant, which is in Cabarrus County. And so what we do is water flows downhill. And so as we have developed in this county, we do have a portion of our service area that is served by WASAC. It is more economical for us to have water go by gravity than to pump it over the ridge to one of our facilities in part, only parts, they're small parts of eastern Mecklenburg County and parts of the small towns. If you go to the next slide. So this represents Councilmember Eggleston's and members of council. This is the map that we sent in the update in September, but you'll see the parts of the Mecklenburg County service area that are served by WASAC. And so it's 6% of the city of Charlotte, and that's by land mass, 14% of Huntersville and their ETJ, same thing with Cornelius, and Davidson is mostly impacted. But if you look at the kind of gold lines there, that represents our trunk lines actually flowing to Cabarrus County. Next slide. So what have we done? First thing is we have validated capacity records with WASAC. We have an agreement for 6 million gallons a day for wastewater. And so they have noted, we're their customer. And so we've been notified that we are close to that threshold, and we've been, working with them on this threshold. Also, we have from NCDEQ, when we're doing our calculations, we use a number of 60 gallons per day per household. Because we are discharging to Cabarrus County, we're having to use 120 gallons. And so what we're trying to do is use 60 to help with that capacity. We've done lots of evaluation in the sewer system. Tonight, you have before you the agreement with WASAC. We're also communicating with the town managers. Noted on here is a pump station. And what we are proposing and what we are initiating is a pump station in the northern part of our service area to also help this area. Next slide. And so what we are doing is we're saying we need support for the pump station that we are building. That's not on the agenda tonight, but it will be forthcoming. There are other ways to serve development in the interim, and that would be private lift stations. We're asking folks to contact us. Communication is the key. Now, the expansion to Cabarrus County is slated for 2024. And so in the meantime, what we're doing is we are evaluating capacity requests in that area. So that's it. I know that was kind of long, but I wanted to give you a little.
Yeah, I think that helps understand the challenge. And I can appreciate the need for patience. I guess there'd probably be more patience from the folks who have this uncertainty if there were some sense that, what we're doing tonight or what we're going to be asked to do with the new pump station is going to happen in a timely manner, that it's going to enable us to actually address the challenge that we have in front of us, and that we have some level of confidence that they will get the capacity they need, which they don't currently have any assurances of.
Right. They will eventually get it. Yes, the action tonight is the first step in increasing the capacity. We've asked, and I forgot that in my explanation, we've asked for an additional 3 million gallons a day from WASAC. They're doing a 7.5 million gallon expansion to their wastewater treatment plant. We've asked for 3. The first action is to increase the capacity of this influent pump station, And so your action tonight will help with that. Again, they are estimating it's going to be 2024 before their expansion is completed. The pump station that I mentioned that will be in Mecklenburg County, we are estimating will be done in a couple of years, that will provide much relief for folks who are impacted. But it's, what we're doing is we're evaluating the capacity request. We're working with developers in that small area on phasing such, that we can use the capacity we have left in the best manner possible.
But when you're talking about those two timelines, which are over multiple years, that's not implying that that's the timeline for folks who are asking for capacity now to receive it.
It just depends on the project. Now, we do have in the previous map, we have about 34 projects in process. Typically, the developers come to us 18 months ahead of time, sometimes 2 years, sometimes a year. It just depends on, on the project.
Okay. Well, if this is something you can, it sounds like you're in good contact with the people who have the need out in this part of East Charlotte. So I'd ask that continues and that we be kept up to speed on it too. And I think, one of the things I've heard from people who are very concerned about this is that historically, Charlotte Water has been so good about ever running into these sort of challenges that I guess this has caught them off guard. I think this happens much more frequently in other communities than it has ever been occurring here. So that's a compliment to how the great work that Charlotte Water is doing. But I think it caught a lot of people off guard that we found ourselves in this position.
Yes, I really appreciate that comment, Councilmember Eggleston. And again, what is unique here is that we are a customer of another utility, and so their planning process is different than our planning process. And so and that's one of the reasons we looked at our infrastructure and said, what can we do within our county to help provide relief and use our infrastructure. The Clark Creek Pump Station, and I want to get in all the details, is an action coming in the future before this council because we want to go ahead and get that started.
Thank you.
Mr. Phipps? Don't go anywhere. Ms. Charles?
Oh, okay.
All right, Mr. Phipps?
Yeah, given the timeline that you described for these facilities to be online, we're not talking about a moratorium on development, are we?
We hope not. We are. The way we, Councilmember Phipps, we're looking at it is a slowing, and what we're asking developers to do, especially if it's a new request, to pace their development along with our CIP project. So it's similar to what we did in South End. I don't know whether you remember, but there was this narrative out there, Charlotte Water is having an issue with capacity. And we said, no, that's not the case. We've got some infrastructure improvements that we need to make to address it. There's a similar situation here in that there are some improvements that will need to be made. We're going in and some of it is paper capacity versus what's in the field. And so we are going in and verifying our capacity records to ensure that we've got all of the capacity accounted for accurately. And so what I mean by that, sometimes a developer approaches us and let's say we allocate 1,000 gallons a day and he builds his houses and he only uses 800, that we have another 200 on the books that we can give to someone else. And so we don't want to use the M word yet, but it is a slowing in certain parts, and we want to prioritize the requests until we get all of the infrastructure improvements made.
All right, Ms. Johnson?
I was just going to ask, and this is probably already planned, if we can get if council can get a detailed presentation from Charlotte Water to give us information about what area is impacted right now and what the future plans are for the other areas. I wanted to hear more about this. So,
Sure.
thank you. Okay.
Sure, we can certainly do that. Again, for City of Charlotte proper, when you look at the total land mass, it's only 6%. It mainly impacts portions of the small towns in North Mecklenburg, Davidson, Huntersville, and Cornelius.
All right, Ms. Ajmer, I'm sorry, Ms. Johnson, are you good?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
good. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just had a call with Ms. Charles last week about a similar concern that was raised by a developer. And at the same time, I've heard from a couple of developers where they have said great things about Charlotte Water and our investment in our infrastructure.
Thank you.
And the forward-thinking leadership that we have. So while we are talking about capacity increase, I just want us to keep that in mind that in our region, Charlotte Water is certainly known for forward thinking and increasing our capacity ahead of time to address the future needs. So, Ms. Charles, thank you for your leadership, and I certainly enjoyed our conversation last week and learned a little bit more every day from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ashmira.
All right, so having no further people or council members identified, we'll begin the roll call vote. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, the next item is adopt a resolution ratifying a grant matching agreement with the Mecklenburg Soil and Water Conservation District. Do I have a motion?
Motion to adopt.
And a second? Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Ms. Johnson on the motion?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Thank you, that passes. The next item is to approve payment to Prudential Retirement to correct employer contributions for vacation payout to certain individual 401k account participants and adopt a budget ordinance appropriating $1,018,357 from Risk Management Loss Funds fund balance to the Risk Management Loss Fund.
Motion to approve and adopt.
Mr. Eggleston?
Second.
Mr. Driggs? Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, passes. The next item is approve amendments to the 2021 City Council regular and budget meeting schedule. The changes account for meeting adjustments that are associated with not having the fall November elections this year, and then also the annual strategy session that's later this month. Do we have
Motion to approve.
Mr. Eggleston?
Second.
And Mr. Phipps? Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Tonight, City Council will make appointments to the various boards and commissions. The council members voted by ballot and submitted their ballots to the clerk earlier during the action review, or earlier today, I think you asked for them. Any nominee receiving 6 or more votes is automatically appointed. If no nominee receives at least 6 votes, a runoff will be necessary, and council will vote during this meeting to determine the highest vote getter, and that person will be appointed. All appointments will be recorded in the official minutes, and the clerk will now proceed with the first item of appointment, and that would be the Arts and Culture Advisory Board.
Yes, Mayor and Council, for the Arts and Culture Advisory Board, you were asked to make 4 appointments. The following individuals were appointed or are appointed. Carla Aaron Lopez received 7 votes. Aisha Dew, 6 votes. Timothy Minor, 6 votes. And Kevin Patterson, 6 votes.
All right. I also spoke with Michael Marsicano today, and he wanted me to share that the Foundation Board of Directors will discuss the selection of the private sector appointments on November the 15th at their board meeting. And they will, he did not say that they were going to vote on them that day, but he did say that they would be having their discussion about the selection on that date, and he just wanted me to pass that along to the council members. All right. Item 24, the appointments to the Charlotte Equitable Development Commission.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor, you were asked to make 6 appointments, or the council was asked to make 6 appointments to the Equitable Development Commission. Tonight, Jordan Brooks Adams received 6 votes, and Maddie Marshall received 7 votes. Carolyn Millen received 7 votes. Marjorie Molina received 7 votes, and Ishmael Ayam received 6 votes. There will need to be, Mayor, a runoff between Leslie Jones, who received 5 votes, and Richard Saltrick received 5 votes. So we will need a voice vote or a hand count for those 2 individuals. Yes, it is Leslie Jones and Richard Saltrick.
So do I have a motion to put someone's name in to nomination? The 2 people in the runoff are Leslie Jones, nominated by council members Johnson, Newton, Phipps, Watlington, and Winston. Richard Saltrick, nominated by Driggs, Phipps, Watlington, and Winston. So you guys both love them both, I understand, but you got to make a choice. You know, sometimes you have to choose.
Can we call Malcolm?
Motion to appoint Richard Saltrick.
Mr. Winston has made a motion to appoint Richard Saltrick.
Second.
Mr. Phipps and Mr. Driggs have seconded that. All right, so I should do a roll call vote for that appointment. They usually give me extra sheets of paper for that. But we'll just go back here and find another one. Jeez. All right, so let's start off with Ms. Johnson. It's just a yes or no on this one. It's like yes or it's not. You don't have to. You don't have to marry him.
I'll say no.
You voted? No. All right, and then we went to, who was next? Ms. Watlington? No, you weren't next, were you? I'm just going to go with the list in front of me. All right, let's go Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
All right, Ms. Ajmira?
No.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes?
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Phipps?
Yes.
Mr. Newton? Where's Mr. Newton? Okay. Oh, Mr.
No.
Newton?
No.
No? What?
No.
No, okay. I thought you meant, no, you weren't here. Okay. All right, Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
All right, so I believe Mayor Pro Tem, that's 7 in favor of Mr. Richard Saltrick. All right? So he is welcome to this board. All right, now the last one is appointments to Charlotte's Nest. Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. For the housing advocate, Kimberly Timmons Hampton received 10 votes. Roma Johnson received 6 votes. Vicki Jones received 6 votes. Those 2 were for the neighborhood leaders or community organizers. And for the neighborhood conditions category representative, Tanya Jameson received 7 votes.
So that we do not have a runoff in that situation.
Right.
All right. Well, that is great. I believe that is the end of our agenda tonight. Is there a motion to adjourn? I'm sure there is, and I'm sure it would pass unanimously.
Motion to adjourn.
I do have one question.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. I wanted clarification, and I asked earlier if we had some discussion about the individuals who were approved or who work for arts agencies, that they would waive or forego their right to funding for the next 3 years due to our ethics policy. And I wanted clarification which provision states, because as I've stated, I have a concern that individuals who are board members are eligible and they're able to abstain from a vote, but that employees are not. So I wanted to know what the difference was, because as we know, board members, their responsibility for an agent, for an organization, is to raise funds. So I wanted to know, from an ethics perspective, how we are making the difference. Why an employee cannot abstain, or how a board member is eligible. I wanted to know how we are making, again, differentiating the two.
All right, I'm going to ask the city attorney to address your question, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Johnson, and for the rest of council. The section that I raised for the administrator to consider is section 3A. This is the section that speaks to avoiding impropriety in the exercise of their official duties, but specifically, and this relates to board members, their official actions should be above reproach, and they should not use their official position for personal gain. And the issue there was if board members are actually making funding decisions that ultimately will lead to their salaries being paid, that could be considered using your official position for personal gain. That's what I raised to the administration's attention, and that's, I believe, the basis for the decision.
Ms. Johnson? Do you want any further comment or question?
That's still not clear to me, but I see that council members are leaving, so maybe they're not interested.
Well, no, nobody's leaving. I mean, everybody's here. They might be walking around a little bit. It's been a long day.
Okay, I know it's been a long evening, but yeah, I don't hear that difference. But I'll have to think about that. I'll follow up. Thank you.
Is there something particular?
Well, I've shared my concern. I don't see the difference. If you're involved in the organization, then you're involved in the organization. Specifically, since board members, that's the role, to raise funds for the organization. They have more influence over an organization than an employee does. So I just didn't think that it was fair that an employee or someone who works for an organization needed to forego their opportunity for funding. I think this just perpetuates and expands that wealth gap, or individuals who are at service level, the ability to serve. It's a lot. So, but I've stated my concern on record. Thank you.
I think you just generated another question from Mr. Winston, or comment. Mr. Winston?
Yeah, I talked to Ms. Johnson about this earlier. And while I don't necessarily, I see why the board member is not a conflict of interest. I am a bit confused as to why employees of organizations would be actual conflicts of interest by the rules of that we've been going by. Actually, we are board members, and we make decisions on funding, and I don't know why a commission under us would be held to a higher standard than we are. We are not precluded from voting. In fact, by law, we have to vote, even if those funding decisions relate to one of our employers, as long as we're not an owner of that entity that gets direct remuneration from that decision. Can we exclude ourselves from the vote? For instance, I am an employee of the Charlotte Hornets. I have been part of votes that relate to funding of Spectrum Center and the Charlotte Hornets. I might have voted against it for the RNC in 2020, but nonetheless, I was part of the vote. So I don't know why in this particular, I know that this commission, this committee is unique and that they will be making funding decisions, but I don't know why their ethical level of is somehow higher than the standard that we are held to.
I think that we've had this conversation. I think if both of you would take a moment to talk with the city attorney about it, there might be some explanation. It may not be that you agree with it, but there might be an explanation for it. So with that, I've got a motion to adjourn. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, thank you, everyone. Have a great evening. What's left of it?